The Honorable Mr. President.
Good morning. May I allow a moment of meditation or prayer? Thank you. Yeah, once more, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. You are still very full of life, I hear, which is very good after 3 weeks of sitting. As I mentioned yesterday, it is our intention, if possible, to go through all the motions, including those that were to be on the order paper tomorrow. If we can finish or close today, it will be much appreciated. So let's try. Of course, if we fail, then we finish tomorrow morning or close tomorrow morning. I'm optimistic that we may actually go through everything today. May I call upon the clerk to give us the first order?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, dear members. On the program, we have the presentation and discussion on the report on the place of traditional medicine in health systems in Africa. The committee in charge of health and social welfare.
Health Committee.
Health Committee Chair, please.
Honorable President du Parlement panafricain,
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Bureau, dear colleagues, honorable members of Parliament, I have the honor to share with you the report of the Health Committee, the Committee of Health and Social Welfare. And this report it stems out of a workshop which we held here in this same room on the 15th of March 2023. Let me present to you the apologies of our chair, the chair of the committee, who went back to his country because they have to adopt the budget of their country, 2023-24 budget. I would want to say that this workshop was organized with the collaboration of other committees. That is, the Gender Committee, Legal Handicapped Committee, the Committee in charge of Education, Culture, Tourism, Human Resources, the Committee of Rural Economy, Agriculture and Natural Resources, and Environment, inter alia. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Bureau, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, the report of the Permanent Health Committee of Social Affairs, and which is being presented to you for consideration and adoption, was consolidated after reflection on the place of traditional medicine in the health systems in Africa. Several research show that traditional medicine is the first source of healthcare for 80% of the population in many developing countries. That is why the World Health Organization defined it as a combination of practices used to diagnose, prevent, and eliminate physical illnesses, mental or social illnesses on the basis of past experiences and the observation which has transpired from one generation to another. This reflection was conducted within the framework of the implementation of the African Union Plan adopted for the second decade of traditional medicine from 2011 to 2020. This plan had as a major objective to develop, facilitate integration of this medicine in the public health system. Discussions were moderated by Honorable Dr. Gayo Ashibir, the second Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. The main objective of this workshop was to sensitize participants on the need to develop traditional medicine in order to facilitate its integration in the health systems in Africa. Inter alia, the specific objectives included raising the importance of medicinal plants to improve on traditional pharmacopoeia, promote traditional medicine to contribute to the improvement of health coverage of the population, innovate through the adoption of multidisciplinary approaches to fight the human resistance and animal resistance to antimicrobes, improve the health centers to promote the use of traditional medicine. The anticipated results would make it possible inter alia for traditional medicine to be developed, modernized, and national legislations are also strengthened to promote research in this area. The property rights, intellectual property rights for traditional practitioners are recognized and protected to encourage their efforts. The debates on exchange of experience focus inter alia on the progress made in the implementation of this WHO strategy on the development of traditional medicine in the African region. The WHO presented the framework, the political framework and regulatory framework for the past 2 decades of traditional medicine for the period 2001 to 2010 and 2011 to 2020 in order to improve the health system in Africa. The organization also emphasized the need to sensitize the community and mobilize resources, culture, and the preservation of plants, the capacity building, and the implementation of an action plan. Honorable President and dear colleagues, we have discussed lengthily on the virtues and limits of the integration of traditional medicine in the health system in Africa. This theme was presented by Honorable Dr. Noah Barra, the rapporteur of our committee, who analyzed the situation while at the same time indicating the multiple advantages of traditional medicine because the prices are affordable and quite accessible. He also talked about the potential floral and other spiritual potentials of this traditional medicine. Looking at the subject on the limits of traditional medicine in the health systems in Africa, it was noted that there are several obstacles which limit the integration of this traditional medicine into modern or conventional medicine. This concerns the insufficient or lack of a regulatory framework, inadequate funding for research and development in this traditional medicine, and the absence of statistics, poor organization of traditional practitioners, and lack of training for traditional practitioners, and lack of collaboration amongst traditional practitioners and professionals of health. As regards the threats to traditional medicine, we could, for instance, refer to poor therapeutic practices, the disappearance of plants, the failure to take traditional practices seriously, and the lack of knowledge of some of these medicines. Discussions looked at complementarity between traditional medicine and modern medicine to improve on the health of the population at a lower cost. The presentation was made by Mr. Rene Mouniac, who is specialized in the production of medicinal products from the moringa plant. Discussing this topic, he presented some plants and their virtues, such as moringa, and he is cultivating it and processing it to produce tea, pap, and other nutritive products. Talking about moringa, it is used in different forms: the leaves, the grains, the roots, for cosmetic products, and for the treatment of many other illnesses. With regard to the impact of climate change on biodiversity, as it is a threat to traditional medicine, the statistics reveal that of 10 infectious illnesses, 6 are transmitted from animals to man, both at the level of the rural level and even in the urban areas. Climate change could also influence the geographic expansion of insects in hot areas where some of these viruses can propagate. With regard to the realization of health coverage, universal health coverage, and the preparation of future pandemics, it was noted that there are still shortfalls and gaps to be filled for a better use of this medicine to improve the quality of health in Africa. This is notably data, scientific proofs, cultural beliefs, funding, and its integration in the modern health system. At the end of this very important workshop, recommendations were made. These were strong and relevant recommendations, and they could be summarized as follows: intensify parliamentary advocacy to come up with an appropriate framework for continental trade in medicinal plants, promote the establishment or funding of a research center at the national and regional levels for the development of traditional medicine in order to have it integrated in the public health systems in Africa, advocate for sustainable health through a progressive realization of universal health coverage. To conclude, traditional medicine will not replace modern medicine. It would only complement it. Thus, by bringing together its botanic contribution and the traditional heritage, traditional medicine has the potential to efficiently improve the health coverage of the continent if it is combined with modern medicine in the therapeutic approach. Honorable President, honorable members of Parliament, honorable colleagues, this is a summary of the report which I present for your assessment. And I would like to thank you for your very kind attention.
Thank you very much. As he sits down, let's accord him another round of applause. And the fact that he's standing in for his chairman. We have a list of 4 that have registered to debate on this presentation. And the first is Honorable Esther Tony Passaris, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I proceed, today Kenya celebrates 60 years since independence. And I'd like to acknowledge that as a Kenyan and ask members to join us in celebrating. Every country in the continent celebrates its independence, and for that I thought that's the first thing I should mention, and I'm sure our chair will do the same. I did get an opportunity in March to contribute towards the place of traditional medicine in the African health system, and also was here when the presentations were made on Moringa. Kenya, the university, has also incorporated a section that looks into the traditional medicines. I believe that the committee is on the right track, because as Africans, we have medicines. I mean, today, if you look at all of us, we are encouraged, especially during the COVID time, to go natural, to go for the lemon, to go for the honey, to go for the ginger. That became the drink. And then, of course, for Mozambique, there was the big talk about the etemesi plant and what it was doing to help people heal COVID. We've got the neem tree, we've got the moringa. I think the biggest challenge that we'll have is how do we patent most of the herbs that are in Africa? How do we get ahead and make sure that these herbs are protected and grown for the benefit of not just the continent but the entire world? We know that there's a lot of problems right now with drug resistance antibiotics, and there's going to be a need for solutions. We've had one pandemic. We are, as a world, waiting and expecting the next pandemic. So we need to look at our natural resources. And I believe that God did provide the continent of Africa with a lot of natural gifts, and one of them being the herbs and the plants that we have. We just need to explore them. The aloe vera tree that grows naturally. We've also talked of medical cannabis and the advantages of having cannabis. I know a lot of African countries are not looking at cannabis and thinking about its benefits, but it could be a benefit to a lot of the problems that we're having right now with opioids and opioid addictions, and the dealing with pain. I know that there's also a concern that when you have cannabis for children, that is wrong, but I think we should not let our failures to regulate stop us from expanding and taking advantage of cannabis as a medicinal plant as well, because I believe that in the olden days it used to be used to deal with pain and deal with mental illnesses, to calm down various patients. You hear it in the stories from the old people. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to explore in traditional medicines in the African health systems, and I commend the committee under the chairmanship of Honorable Jean Patrice Kirin for the work that they did, and all the other committees that joined in. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana, Kenya. Not in the chamber. The next is Honorable Joseph Kalasinga, Majimbo, Kenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, when we talk about traditional medicine, we talk about curing without side effects. We talk about having our own treatment without expenses. I would comment that actually the committee has done a good job. Much a time, most of these practitioners who do traditional healing, Mr. President, are treated to be like witchcraft. They are not. There's a clear difference between one having drugs that heal and the other negative side of it. So as a continent and as PAP, let us separate and have the best out. Mr. President, from where I come from, when a boy reaches 16 years, he goes for circumcision, Mr. President. When he goes for circumcision, Mr. President, this boy is healed by traditional herbs. They are collected, they are burned and crushed in ash and applied on the scar of the stick, Mr. President. Mr. President, the stick heals very fast in 2 weeks.
Don't go into detail, man.
That is it, Mr. President. And that's our culture, Mr. President. This traditional medicine, Mr. President, must be researched and know what is this that is this singular herb that heals scars in 2 weeks. Let us give our traditional medicine research stations, branding, and even labeling, Mr. President. Let us also allow our traditional medicines from different countries to be able to flow to other countries without restrictions. Let us also change in our mind, Mr. President. Let us not preach wine and take water. As we make this good thing in this house, sometimes, Mr. President, let's be able to consume this traditional medicine. Some of us don't. We tend to believe that they are for the poor. They do good. If you see my health, Mr. President, I'm well done because of the continuous consumption of drinks that come from herbal, that clean my urinal. And that's why, Mr. President, for men who are in this house, we have very good drugs, Mr. President, which can give you back the energy that you need, Mr. President. Let us give these people a lot of support. When they make these things, Mr. President, it heals all of us. It might treat the problem. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving this one. This is Majimbo Kalasinga from Kenya.
You are a danger to the women. When dangerous, go away.
The next speaker is Honorable Suleiman Saho, Gambia. Looks like he's not in the chamber. Yeah, it was a list of, new names. Dr. Aoke Asoma, Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President. On traditional medicine, we are talking about two systems of medicinal systems, the modern medicinal system and the traditional medicinal system, which are working and supplementing each other. But traditional medicines now are in threat. When we think about traditional medicines, we are also have to think about nature, about forests, about herbs. So to continuously and sustainably use traditional medicines, we have to conserve nature because herbs are the base of traditional nature. So the environmental factor has to be considered and the environment must be protected. This is one issue. Then traditional medicines are actually based on culture. They are embedded in a culture, different cultures actually. So in order to sustainably use traditional medicines, we have to conserve and protect traditional cultures and empower traditional cultures, continue and develop. So we have to promote. Then the third one is there is a problem, a threat from the modern system. The medicinal standards are prepared in London, in Paris, or in Washington. Most Africans are using traditional medicines whose standards are not known or accepted by these developed countries. So Africa and African governments need to prepare their own standards that promote and accept the values of these traditional medicines. In doing this, actually, the Committee on Health needs to prepare a model law and some kind of framework how we have to standardize traditional medicines in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable John Cameroon.
Good morning, Mr. President and my colleagues in the House. My prof from Ethiopia had just picked up from. I just want to continue to give examples of medicinal research, which if we had standardized, would be something else today. I'm leaving South Africa here tomorrow, and I've discovered that in Cameroon, where I come from, there's a certain medicine they call ginseng or something, in the bottle. Everybody in Cameroon wants it. Everybody, I'm serious about this. All my mothers have made calls to me that please don't come without it. And they come from South Africa. And they're consuming in Cameroon. Jimo something. Our chairman, Chief Whip here will tell us the medicines. Okay. But then, Mr. Chairman, that's just one observation. I want to come down to the research that we've had, where Africans throughout history have done, from the period of the ancient Egyptians down to the COVID that we are talking about. One of the strongest researchers that we have in Africa is an Archbishop in Cameroon, Archbishop Kleda. He did a lot of research on COVID. And I will not pretend here that most of the treatment protocols that we had in Cameroon that we succeeded came with. And to today, it's like some conspiracy. The Europeans came, said, well, we want to take this, and they're quiet. But thank God we are using it and succeeding. Professor Nomangu, well known for cancer, who died, he did a lot on tuberculosis, on cancer, and he died with it. And that is the same pattern from our forebears, our foreparents. Most of them knew a lot of herbs. And by the time they were dying, they had not transferred that knowledge to their offsprings or to society. So, Mr. President, I just want to propose something. In addition to standardizing what our researchers are doing, could we not, because there is a society of witches and wizards and wishes. That society, to me, is not just negative. Because the astrology that the Egyptians started and the Greeks and the Europeans today are taking over, and have taken over, comes from our foreparents that used to get up at night, use a certain leaf and fly, go back and come back before the morning. And they come back with spatial, spiritual knowledge that have to do with our culture. I'm sure Prof will support this with me. Yes. There are people in Africa who used to go to the astral world and come back with divine knowledge for harvest, a good harvest, for childbirth, for healing of pandemics, before European science came. Where have we kept that, and where are we going to do with that? Because there are still people in Africa today who still have that knowledge, that divine knowledge from God. You discovered in West Africa, a child was born with other talents, what they call the fifth eye, the sixth eye, the seventh eye, the color of Banje, and killed. The nature of Emperor Haile Selassie was not because of the weapons that the Ethiopians had. I think the Ethiopians are here, they can go back to their history. The history of the Inca, the history of the Kano Bono Empire, every tradition in Africa, even before the wars of Conquer, the wars of whatever that came from the Europeans, the Africans had. I don't want to talk about my own society. So I would like that this committee and PAP should actually redefine that we're a people with great potential when it came to the spiritual. We have our natural resources. We only need to call on our governments to standardize this and we'll be more than Chinese. Your Excellency, I want to just end
I'm
here.
actually indicating
Yeah, let me just end
for
here, sir,
time.
with the issue of land resources.
I'm saying-
Chinese have come to
sorry,
other countries, Your Excellency.
Order, I'm saying, I'm indicating for time. And I think those keeping our time, please, can you activate the system? So please wind up.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that we are crying about our environment protecting climate change. But these Chinese people, they are very smart. In Cameroon, where they have come, they are picking only the useful land, the forest, where these herbs and leaves are. Pretending they are cultivating rice, they are doing timber exploitation left and right. So we should call on all our government to be very, very careful that we preserve our land resources. That will make sure that we put, like what UNESCO is doing in many of the areas, we preserve and make sure that we have natural reserves in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Maimuna Sise of Gambia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My intervention will be only based on the African's talent, what we are capable of, and what we can do. But how to do it? I think this is the stagnant problem we have in Africa. Traditional medicine is a knowledge and a skills based on theories. Every country in this continent have their own herbalists. But are we engaging our herbalists to expand the knowledge or to give the knowledge to the people who can benefit it or they can expand it for the benefit of the continent? But we have one syndrome or one stigma in us. We cannot expand anything. I don't think we believe in too much of theory. People need to understand that these traditional medicines are very effective because I'm a living witness of it. 2020, I was positive of COVID-19. The COVID hit me.
Honorable Minister Jibriwa, you are speaking loudly and interfering the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. 2020, I was positive for COVID with 2 of my sons. It was a horrible one. I was quarantined for almost 1.5 weeks, but nothing was better. Eventually, I can get my positive result, or to get better in my feet was on a traditional medicine, which was only something on my backyard, which is a lemon, a ginger, garlic. And those are farmland of my grandmother. One evening, he just came in and he said, I don't think we can only continue with the medicines. Why can't we try the traditional medicine? I said, what? He said, I want to blend something. I don't know whether you would like to drink. I said, what is that? When he gave me the combination of the recipe, I said, let's try it. And I have it 3 times a day. That 3 times a day, within 2-3 days, I feel like something is getting out of me. So if we can experiment so much of these things and try to implement so many ideas on it, and let the governments of our countries to put so much investment on it, do so much research on it, let's use our research centers, the medical centers, to make sure that some of these experiments to be done and go for the herbalists. You have so much resources away. Some of those herbalists you cannot go through, some of the areas when you go there, you cannot even have anything substantial to deal with. So some of these things we need to consider. Africa need to be built by Africans, but we have to try to be, how to call it, innovatives. The innovative is our problem. We cannot be here every now and then being lip service of our problem, and we know the problem. The implementation is our problem. Now, anytime we come over here, we have to come here with a solution. It's not only to be always debating on what to do, but those we said is supposed to happen, by next meeting here or next session over here, we need to know where should we be. What are the modalities we're going to take forward, and what are the ones we even take to lead us to our success. Traditional medicines are very important. Most of them doesn't have the side effect. The only thing we need is the experiment. We have to experiment the quantity you're supposed to take at the time. I think some of these are the imbalance. Some of the time you have some overdose. But if the experiment has already taken place, people know the capacity or the quantity they're supposed to take. I believe so many things will be remedied. But it will gear to what our governments need to invest on ourselves. Our intellectuals, whatever they learn from the West use them to deliver over there. We want them back home. They are the ones who are running the IMF. They are the ones who are running the World Bank. They are the ones who are running the world, I can say. They use our intellectual for any business forums, for any workshops. They will go over there, invent. They will invest on their ideas, their knowledges. They will leave them over there, but they cannot come back to Africa where they belong, where they can even do better. But no, we need our intellectuals. I think this needs to be a prerogative of every son and daughters of this country or this continent to make sure that our intellectuals are back. Let them have the knowledge they acquire over there. We need them back home here. When even the industrialization in America, which I'm very familiar with, some of these institutions, when you go over there, the African intellectuals are the managers, they are the directors over there. Very hardly you find those people working there, the American citizens working in those industries. It all has been manned by the Africans. They are the good sons and the daughters of ours. Why can't they come over? The little knowledge they acquire at the West, let them share it with us. We make the betterment of our nation, our continent. I think this should be a responsibility of every government or every good citizen of this continent to make sure that we try to convince our people to come back. They should not be chasing only their personal gain, but the gain of the continent also should be paramount. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you. The last on this report, Honorable Fateh Botbik, Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very delighted in taking part in this debate on this alternative medicine which is used now. So we must distinguish between chronic diseases and ordinary diseases. This is a great campaign encouraging people to choose traditional medicine. And I think that Africa has been a pioneer in producing these medicine. And although China is also developing this kind of medicine, so why shouldn't we have research laboratories in Africa and also set up laws to govern this traditional medicine? According to reports in the world, there are about 40 million places where you could find some very specific plants, and among which Africa has 37 million. And we know that today a lot of research laboratories in the world, and particularly in the West, are controlling this traditional plants market. And we would like, of course, to thank the committee $40 million. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I've been speaking about the number of plants on the rare plants, and also those climates in Africa where these plants grow. In some reports, it is said that there are 40 million soils, not plants, and climatic places where those plants grow, and we could yield a great profitability. So among these places, there are estimated 37 million hectares where these plants could grow. And even the plants that are used in the production of perfumes. And I think that this is a good opportunity for us to discuss such topics, but we must also set up laws for this alternative medicine, which could help us treat some difficult diseases, and also at the same time protect the environment in Africa, and also spread the benefits of this traditional or alternative medicine to the whole mankind. So we encourage this committee to grant more importance to traditional medicine in order for it to prosper throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appear to have come to the end of those who registered to speak. Oh, sorry, I didn't see this angle. There was no paper here bearing your name, but you can have the floor.
Mr. President and honorable members of parliament, Africa, for many years, thousands of years, even before Christ, was the center of civilization. The first surgery that happened in this world happened in Africa. When Africans started surgery, open surgery did not start in Europe. It started in Africa and in Cairo. Many years ago, Africans used to treat themselves on herbs. And that's why these days you are told food is medicine. Most of our traditional foods were used as medicine. They were used to treat certain types of diseases. They are antioxidant, it cleans your blood. They are anti-carcinogenic. They treat free radicals in our blood. And those are the foods that our people used to eat. But these days, due to modernization, because we are invaded by some extract of human beings, and we decided to abandon what we used to do and adopt what they used to do. And therefore, Mr. President, there are a few things that I need to suggest to this parliament. One, we need to move forward. The first thing that we need to do is to acquire appropriate technology to extract these products, to process them so that they can be used for human consumption, so that we get our own treatment. How much money are we giving to the West? Billions and billions of dollars. All medicines are coming from outside Africa, and yet we have it here. And most of these modern medicines, the structure of these medicines are from the plants that used to treat us. They just designed the structure, the chemical structure of our plants, and they use it to do synthetic medicine. It is all from our plants. And therefore, we need to advise our governments to acquire technologies that can extract these plants so that we use them for medicine. The second thing is to transform our mindset. Most of the Africans now do not eat our local traditional foods, which is medicinal. Let us change our mindset. You remember when COVID invaded the world, Most of the deaths, many people who died, 70% of those who died of COVID is not from Africa, from outside. Because we were protected by our own foods that we eat, the local medicinal foods that we eat. So let us go back to our roots, mindset change. If you are here eating only processed food, eating things that are not even food, it is just to fill your stomach. I think mindset change should happen. Thirdly, we need to advise our governments to avail funds to our researchers on medicinal plants. We need to produce them. Production is very important. We need funds. Like, for example, in Uganda, our president is very concerned about this. When COVID invaded us, he actually found one of the scientists. He produced what is called Covidex. Ugandans never died of COVID because of that medicine called Covidex. We are not even about 1,000 people died, not about 1,000. Because once that thing was done, I have it even in my bag. Everywhere I go, I just put it in my throat, in my nose, nothing can happen to me. Yes. It is all everywhere. So even for men, prostate cancer, he has that product. When you keep on consuming, because men are now 80%, when you reach around 50 to above 50 years, you must be careful. You need to be consuming that product. And you clean your system, your urinary tract system, and you will be standard all the time. Standard. So, lastly, I want to advise this parliament that we not only look up to the West. We have everything that it takes in Africa. And as Africans, we have billions and billions of dollars from our plants. We can get billions of dollars from our plants. When you go to the US, they have now moved away from this other medicine. This synthetic medicine, they have moved away from it. They are only on herbal medicine. So let us go back to our roots, Mr. President. And I want this Pan-African Parliament to start the process of promoting African medicine, traditional medicine. And we should start eating our own food. Food is medicine, nothing else. Thank you very
much. Honorable Gasingo.
Thank you very much for the floor, Your Excellency. Based on the importance of the traditional medicine and based on the proposals, very important proposal, advanced from many of us, I would like to propose that we must come up with a model law as soon as possible, so that at the end of the day, what we have said should be included in that model law, and then our member country can domesticate it. I also like to propose to say that these are the issues which need a display during Africa Day. Come 2024, on the 24th of May, we must have the display of different type of traditional medicine, if we can. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The presenter can have an opportunity to respond.
Merci beaucoup, honorable.
I thank you, Honorable President. I would like to thank very sincerely all the honorable members who have kindly accepted to take the floor in order to make their contributions to this presentation. And as regards the protection of plants or herbs, I must say that biodiversity plays a very critical role in the functioning of the ecosystem and also in the protection of human health. But, Mr. President, the degradation of forests and landscapes and other vegetal species have an impact on the preparation and the costs of traditional products. One honorable member has suggested, and probably two members suggested, as concerns the preparation of a model law to normalize and standardize traditional medicine. We take good note of this proposal, and the committee will reflect on that. The honorable members, it is also important to draw lessons from the crisis of COVID-19 in order for us to be able to set up the necessary means in order to improve the health of our populations. I think that the COVID-19 crisis has been an important lesson for us. One honorable member also touched upon the issue of TB, tuberculosis. On this issue, it has been underlined that we do not have yet drugs against tuberculosis. So I think that it is necessary for us to come up with new molecules for the treatment of TB. So it is necessary to support research in the development of traditional medicine. Honorable President, honorable members of the Bureau, honorable members, since it was said that 80% of our population use traditional medicine, and in addition to the virtues and the these advantages do not need to be proved. And why shouldn't we, as parliamentarians, make the necessary advocacy in order to guide the governments, in order to institutionalize the effective development of traditional medicine? I think that the Honorable Amina, if I'm not mistaken, from the Gambia, who has reminded us that everything has been said. And I think that our solution, as far as health is concerned, should encourage us to go beyond theory. And for this purpose, I support the proposal which consists in requesting all the honorable members to give a deadline so that in the next stages the various members would tell us what has been done in this area. I thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. Yes. As we close this debate for adoption, I think we should take note of very important messages which may result in Pan-African Parliament moving forward. We are saying the PAP should start promoting the use of traditional medicines. I think the committee should take, I think that's a very important point. It's one of the activities that PAP can be known for. And the statistics given about COVID are also very instructive. That we the lowest, we didn't have medicines, we didn't have this, we didn't have whatever. But last, is it March or October, a presentation from CDC here showed that the rate of deaths on the continent of Africa were much lower. Although in terms of vaccinations, I think they talked of 21% for Africa and more than 75% for the what we call developed world. But then the statistics also showed that more people were dying where they had medicines and immunized than in Africa. Apart from the food, I think the fact is that we were taking these medicines without anyone knowing. Yes, you are taking the medicine. You survived because of your own herbs and others. So it's a fact that herbs or what you call the medicines work. How can the committee needs to take this matter further? Let's not debate today, and next time you come with other topics, and this applies to all committees. this issue of touch and go by committees, I think we need to relook at that issue of touch and go, so that you think that next time we should come up with new topics again, when the old ones are unresolved. So committee should learn to say, for this topic, at every session we'll go back to Parliament, so that we continue pushing this issue. And I think this issue of traditional medicine is very important. But the truth is that even in this room, where we have MPs, maybe educated people, you use herbs and some other herbs even for luck, to be MPs, to be whatever. You use all these things. But one thing that is clear, you don't want to be known that you are doing that. And that is the death of traditional medicine. That is the death of traditional medicine. No one wants to be known that this is what you are doing. And it all comes from the issue of this distinction of modern and traditional. I think there's a disaster there. That if the medicine comes from Africa, it is traditional. Even if we discover that plant today, it still remains traditional. So we need to go back to the definition of traditional. What you call modern medicines, Honorable Magongo, you moved from your seat to go and make noise there. You moved to go and make noise with Honorable Felix. I think respect the house, respect the chamber. He wants medicine from you. Of course, you can give him, but also don't forget that Honorable Majimbo from Kenya also advertised his own medicine. So you should see, visit. So I was saying, I think the committee now should take us next session, or committees, you should go back and incorporate some of the good views that came out from this debate, so that we don't just debate and leave it. Why is it that people in Africa, the numbers of COVID deaths were much lower than those with medicines? I think these are issues that we need to get into more seriously and place ourselves where we should be. Why should we call any medicine from Africa as traditional or herbal? After all medicines that come from herbs, whether you call modern or they are all herbs. But the distinction is meant to say this is primitive, this is more whatever, and the way it still remains modern. And I should not accept that. And maybe lastly, you see, people are taking Chinese herbs, but we have our own herbs. So this inferiority complex, again, is a disaster. Because you think that if a herb is from China, it's from Malaysia, it's from even, it's real medicine. If a herb is from somewhere in Uganda, no, I would rather take something from China. But I believe our own herbs are better than Chinese herbs. I want to give you a joke, but I'll stop here about Chinese products and people. This daughter, went to the aunt and told the aunt that I'm getting married. And then the aunt said, by who? By a Chinese man. And the aunt said, are you sure? Because we know Chinese products don't last. So are you sure? Then he said, yes, I'm sure. They got married, had a child. The child died within 6 months. And the aunt said, I told you, Chinese products don't last. So African herbs are better than Chinese herbs. Mr. Clark will read the next order of the day. Oh, sorry, adoption. I keep forgetting adoption. Chair, the presenter, can we move to adoption?
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable President. I would propose the adoption of the report.
Thank you, seconded by Honorable Diao. And don't forget Covidex from Uganda. The clerk will read the next order of the day.
I thank you, Mr. President. The next item is the presentation of the report on the workshop for capacity building on the ratification of the legal instruments of the African Union, followed by the preliminary report on the framework for model laws on gender equality. This presentation will be made by the chairperson of the Gender Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dao Abraham Mariam, Chair of the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, People with Disability.
Très honorable Président, honorable Madame la
Honorable President, Honorable Vice Presidents, honorable colleagues, members of this August Assembly. One of the priority goals in the 2023 Plan of Action for the Committee on Gender Equality is that related to the ratification of protocol and the ratification of the relevant documents. Our committee has deemed it important and necessary to reinforce the capacity of members of this committee on the ratification of the legal instruments of the African Union and the logical framework of a model law. The two reports
à l'adoption de cet auguste.
I would like to state that the adoption is linked to these two activities. So I'll start by making a presentation on capacity building on the ratification of the legal instruments of the African Union, followed by the report on the logical framework for preparing a model law. Report of the capacity building of the members of this committee on gender, family, youth, and people with disability on behalf of the African Union. So the implementation of the agenda, the social agenda of the AU, I think has to go through equality, non-discrimination, and representation of a vulnerable segment of the community, elders and people living with handicaps. This is why our committee, which of course deals with issues relating to gender, family, youth, and people with disability, has worked very closely with the committee at the AU that deals with gender matters. After the meeting, which was organized in 2022, the committee requested the Committee on Gender to make sure that these instruments are properly implemented by facilitating their ratification by at least 15 members by the end of 2023. To this end, it is important that we internalize them and to come up with a strategy which is going to facilitate the involvement of member countries that are supposed to implement them. This is why, during their statutory meeting organized in March, the members of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, the speaker's microphone has gone off, organized a joint workshop designed to further build capacity together with the Commission of the African Union. It was organized on the 2nd of March 2023 in Midrand at the seat of the Pan-African Parliament. And we're going to therefore look at the other characteristics of development of human activities. So we're going to present them article by article and to exchange experiences and also look at protocols relating to the right of people living with handicaps, people who are aged, or those who are seeking social security, and model law on handicap and the plan of action to end attacks and to slow down discrimination against people who are suffering from albinism. The work of the workshop was moderated by the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability. But before tackling the protocols, we were made aware of the place of human development in Agenda 2063 of 2063, sorry, of the African Union. During this presentation, we discussed matters relating to the topics looked at by a committee of experts, and this committee is in charge of translating decisions taken by the Summit of Heads of State and Government into strategies and works closely with the various technical specialized committees represented by member countries. As a reminder, I think for us to work on development of the various conditions that require the participation of our government, I think we need to come up with programs that tackle issues relating to social problems, problems of the youth, problem of misogyny, and informal economy and sport. With regard to the protocol relating to the right of people living with disability, the policies on the African Union regarding people living with handicap were presented, since the African Union is going to intervene in the framework designed to help reduce poverty, the involvement of people living with disability to the development, political and economic, of the continent, I think is extremely important. In implementing these policies, the African Union has come up with a strategic framework involving partners such as member countries, the Pan-African Parliament, and this cooperation allows us to carry out a periodic assessment of progress made and the contribution of the citizenry. To this end, the Pan-African Parliament is encouraged to come up with these mechanisms to help people therefore address these problems within their own communities. In 1919, a model law was prepared addressing issues relating to people living with disabilities so that we can protect their human rights, and to come up with directives that are going to be incorporated in national legislations, taking into account the realities of each one of the countries and taking into account the Convention of the United Nations in this regard. So this would serve as a guide to member countries so that we come up with legal documents that are unified and help, therefore, those who work in these institutions carry out these plans. Now, in order for us to end practices and discrimination of people living with albinism was also discussed. It is considered as a handicap because it is a congenital situation, and therefore we need to have mechanisms that are going to strengthen the human rights of such people through programs of essential nature, taking into account their requirement in terms of health support, and also involve traditional practices so that we can then get away from practices that are inimical to human beings. So these articles of the protocol were also studied to try and strengthen the necessity of this instrument, which was already ratified by a number of countries. Provisions mentioned in the various articles of this protocol relate to aspects such as discrimination of people who are aged, on issues of a problem, succession, and so on. The protection of older persons with disability, protection of older persons in war situations, refugees, the right to education of older persons, accessibility to public as well as private structures, and caring within the family. So it is important also that we take into account these very matters. So in Africa, we know that the people in Africa are aging much more than is the case in other continents. And this is why these have been then indicated as the main conditions for this problem. That is why the African Union
La valeur et la dignité des personnes âgées à faciliter le
in order to facilitate their autonomy through education and jobs. In the light of what the foregoing, we need to point out that out of the 15 ratifications required for the entry into force of this protocol, 10 countries have already ratified it. Hence, the AU experts are encouraging the members of parliament to strive toward its ratification in the next few days by at least 5 countries for it to be implemented. This will make it possible to spare the older persons in their long years, in their later years, having to face an unfair situation in our societies. So studies have been carried out in the last few years, revealing that only 5 to 10% of the populations have a welfare cover on the continent. Concerned about this situation, the AU highlighted 39 articles that address issues such as the guiding principles and the obligations of the states to guarantee the right of the people to social protection and social security, the informal and rural economy to ensure the participation of representatives of this sector in developing and implementing policies and programs, unemployment and employment of the youth, the rights of migrants, refugees, displaced persons, and those living with disability, access to drinking water, sanitation and hygiene, the environment and climate change, data management, access to justice, and the complaint and the legal recourse mechanism, the protocol accession, signing, ratification, and popularization process. In order to encourage the countries to ratify the instrument, a roadmap must be drawn that will serve as a guideline for its population. In the framework of social protection guidelines related to witchcraft was also discussed between 2009 and 2010. Research shows that several countries have had nearly 300 cases of death linked to accusations of witchcraft in Africa. With a view to eradicating the harmful practice related to this phenomenon, the guide creates a legal framework with guidelines that advocate the following: drawing up protection and sanction laws, cooperation among the state, a survey of the practitioners and building their capacity, prevention of community measures to raise awareness through the media. And to come up with hybrid model so that we take care of elder people and qualified people. To end, the theme on the family in Africa in connection with social protection was developed as a plan of action. During the presentation, the importance of the family unit in the development of Africa was highlighted. It is important to emphasize that being the fundamental protection of elder persons, those with disability, the fight against juvenile delinquency and migration together with the development of its members. The aim of the plan of action. We move now to experiences, rather, sharing experiences. So after the various presentations, members of parliament contributed particularly by sharing their experiences on the numerous actions undertaken as regards legislation at the national level. It appears that Mauritius and Seychelles have made considerable progress in the social protection of elder persons. The experience of these two countries can be used as models for others to improve the social welfare of the people. On the issue of the place of traditional medicine in the functioning of the African Medicines Agency, it was pointed out that this aspect was taken into account in national medical structures. With regard to the agency, discussions are underway with various partners for its scientific inclusion in AMA integrated system. As concerns drug licensing in Africa, AMA has been set up to look after the issue as well as controlling the supply and distribution of quality medicines on the African continent. All the AU member states should become signatories to protect the people against drug use. In order to accelerate the ratification process, citizenry. However, for a better ownership of the legal instruments of the AU, they recommended that action be taken, or rather that we took into account the internal policies of member countries in the development of the instruments, involve the Pan-African Parliament in the process of drawing up various treaties and protocols, plan a presentation on the drug scourge for the welfare of African youth, initiate local awareness campaigns to better grasp the witchcraft phenomenon across the continent, create a special unit at the AU level to present annual reports on the progress of the implementation of Agenda 2063, and then also suggest the drawing up of a protocol on the family. Conclusion, social protection aims at bringing about the inclusive development and social justice of citizens, thus investing in social assistance, which can be extremely effective in reducing poverty and the vulnerability of citizens. Countries with solid institutions in this area prove to be more resilient when facing economic and social transformation. Policies and social protection systems give citizens opportunity to improve their living conditions, enhance social protection and social security is an inalienable right. The COVID-19 pandemic having exacerbated the social protection gaps at the national level with the increase in the vulnerability of poor populations, it is up to government to take up this challenge through the effective implementation of the provision of the legal instruments on social agenda of the AU.
Je vais maintenant vous proposer le rapport.
Now submit the report on the legal framework of the legal framework for gender equality. The African Women's Decade, declared by the heads of state and government of the African Union for the period of 2010 to 2020, targeted the priority areas to weigh with the inequalities that persist between men and women. They include notably access to education, participation in social political activities, economic empowerment through credit facilities and agricultural land, access to decent job markets, and health care with a view to lowering the maternal mortality rate and the prevalence of HIV/AIDS. The Pan-African Parliament, through its Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, People Living with Disability, has undertaken to promote women's rights across the board to ensure that equality becomes a reality. After several consultations and experience sharing at regional and national levels, the committee was given the was given by the plenary the mandate to draw up a model law on gender equality in November 2022 through the adoption of a resolution to that effect. This resolution is within the context of evaluation of, or rather assessment of the implementation of the African Women's Decade priority areas, despite popularization of the provision of Maputo Protocol. So in order to justify achieving gender equality, most states adopt a quota system for women in administrative and political structures. Thus, the committee opened talks with some partners working in specific areas to enlighten members on the existence of international conventions and studies that have recently been carried out in the framework of promoting gender equality. They include the FAO, the International Labour Organization, UN Women, and the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. And then now presentation on the process of drawing up a model law at the Pan-African Parliament, presented by the legal officer of the Pan-African Parliament. This presentation gave us a number of actions to be carried out. First, regulatory framework of a model law as a prelude to the various partner contributions to the logical framework format of the model law on gender equality. The representatives of the legal officer edified the members of parliament on the main stages to draw up a model law within the institution in accordance with Article 2 and 17, the Consultative Act of the AU, the Pan-African Parliament being an organ with advisory powers and therefore can propose and formulate model laws. Thus, guidelines were drawn up to help the process of formulating the model law by the Pan-African Parliament. They will be applied on the basis of the general principles that govern the legislative activities of the PAP. The guidelines also reflect the best coherent national and international practices in drawing up model laws, taking into account the institutional framework of the African Union within which the Pan-African Parliament operates. Objectives of a model law. The various regional and international treaties and protocols which have been ratified by majority of member countries, together with a hammer of national legislations. It is in this perspective that this model law was proposed inter alia to enable national government to harmonize, modernize, and standardize their legislations to address local needs, serve as a means of adjustment, taking into account local imperatives that vary from one country to another, and serve as an acceptable tool to achieve a degree of harmonization of legal and institutional framework with a view to advancing the political, social, and economic integration and the development in Africa. Main stages of drawing up a model law. And it goes through steps. So, initiation, formulation, and adoption. Now, regarding the proposal of a model law can be initiated at the Pan-African Parliament by an MP or a group of MPs that serve under a given committee or caucus. Since one of the objectives of the PAP is to represent the populations in the process of making decisions that affect their everyday lives within the AU. A natural or legal person can also submit a proposal to draw up a model law at the PAP. The committee, whose mandate is relevant to the proposed theme, considers the appropriateness, evaluates the legal framework, and the capacity needed to justify the proposal of drawing a model law, and a recommendation is then submitted to the plenary, which considers the said model law and adopts a resolution approving the wording of the draft model law. Drawing up stage of a model law. At this phase, the expert of a legislative drafting team needs to be called upon. A mixed advisory group is then created, made up of members from the committee in charge and the representatives from the committee on justice and the committee on rules. Then we move on to the adoption of the model law by the plenary. What could be the contribution of partners in helping draft the legal framework of this model law for equality, for gender equality? So we discuss it with FAO, which believes that there is a link between gender and food security. Now, then we looked at the role played by MPs. 4 aspects were then identified on a legislative, budget, and the oversight of the executive and local governance. According to FAO, an average of 60% of African, or rather, according to FAO, nearly 60% of the African population still lives in rural areas. The agriculture sector employs 50% of the labor force, making agriculture the most important sector of the economic growth. In Africa, women represent about 46% of rural agriculture employment in sub-Saharan Africa, 32% in North Africa. Women contribution is even higher when other activities are taken into account, such as food processing and marketing. Women are subject to discrimination on the job market and receive lower wages than men, which restricts them to informal and vulnerable and casual jobs. And then FAO presented the challenges met by women in terms of trade. However, efforts made by FAO together with the African Union and other partners has allowed to create a trade environment that is favorable to women. As a contribution to the legal framework of the model law, the FAO also focused on certain items through recommendation, namely applying a two-step strategy such as the integration of a gender equity mindful approach to cater to the various needs, interests and capacities of women and men. Now, the contribution of UN Women in the formulation of the logical framework format of the gender equality model law. UN Women is a United Nations entity working for gender equality and the empowerment of women. So this will help women meet their needs.
The priorities of UN Women are summarized as follows. 4.11, the participation of women in decision-making at all levels, the empowerment of women in the development process, the fight against violence towards women and girls, the participation of women in the planning of peace and security humanitarian actions, taking gender into account in the drawing up of national policies, the application of gender and women empowerment standards, laws and policies by governments and stakeholders at all levels. Through its innovative programs, in-depth expertise, and the creation of gender equality champion networks, UN Women supports the actions of member states to achieve equality. It implements specific activities that urge women to claim their rights and widen their opportunities at the country level. In partnership with governments and civil society, it assists in the drawing up and implementation of laws, policies, programs, and services for gender equality. However, achieving this objective meets several challenges, including the following. 1. The consistently high economic growth of Africa. Some economies in Africa have rapid growth. However, the amount of women participating in these economies remains low. The prevalence of violence against women and girls, the empowerment of women, and the migration movements of women. The UN Women proposed some aspects that could be developed when drawing up the gender equality model law. It recommended, inter alia, putting emphasis on the differences between genders in all areas on the continent through concrete actions by member states, banishing negative and patriarchal social norms which tend to perpetuate gender inequality, place emphasis on the strategic positioning of African women and girls in the world and continental agenda, initiate partnerships with member states, development partners, the private sector, and foundations to finance the process of drawing up the model law, and monitor and evaluate the model law by organizing popularization and promotion sessions of the model law. C. Presentation of the International Labour Organization on Gender Equality. (4.18) The norms and standards on gender equality in the labour sector were presented. It is important to note that the legal framework of the ILO is governed by several instruments, such as the rules of tripartite international dialogue. Article 19.8 of its constitutional includes fundamental governance conventions, labour protocols, and recommendations. Therefore, the signatory states of these conventions are constitutionally obliged to submit reports on their implementation. 419. The conventions address issues related to the equality of the remuneration of men and women, the protection of everyone with regards to discrimination based on race, etc. However, despite the existence of all of these conventions, most of which have been ratified by the majority of state parties, women are still exposed to employment conditions unrelated to their competence during the selection processes. These include maternity and maternity leave, their marital status, etc. D. Contribution of the Centre for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. The representative of the Centre of Human Rights at the University of Pretoria focused on real equality as the objective of gender equality rather than the quotas that some countries use. Thus, 3 main lines were presented to achieve the equality hoped for. 1. The obligations of the AU member states. 2. Formal equality compared to real equality. And here we need to take into account the notion of equity. And thirdly, achieving equality through the model law. On this basis, it is suggested that the draft model law on gender equality integrates the following. Clearly define the responsibilities of the state that aim to change the social and cultural behaviors based on stereotypes. Propose incentives that can be implemented as actions. Create women networks as disadvantaged groups that can benefit from special legal measures, and do away with the quota system of women representation as the only target of formal equality. Because we saw that with the system of quotas, the process is long, and it has taken us 400 years, or it will take another 400 years before women achieve equality. Conclusion 5. 5.1. The efforts to find a fair and sustainable approach cannot ignore the rights, dignity, and capacities of those who make up more than half of the population. Women and girls are the most affected by social, economic problems and the environmental consequences of climate change. This situation increases the precarity of their means of subsistence and limits their access to land and natural resources. The impact of progress towards gender equality in Africa is not tangible compared to those of other regions in most of the spheres of development. The representation of a handful of women in some national parliaments is no proof of the equal participation of women in all sectors of activity. 5.2. Therefore, the contributions of partners in the fields of land use, decent jobs, and the protection of women against all forms of violence are relevant and will be taken into account in the structure of the legal framework of the model law. The Gender Committee is carrying on with its consultations with civil society organizations that work on the ground with a view to gathering the concerns of the African women in all other fields such as health, peace and security, governance, finance, etc. Thank you very much.
Merci, Honorable, pour votre...
Thank you, Honourable, for your brilliant presentations. Thank you, Honourable MPs. I am delighted to be able to provide over this particular part of the proceedings because this is a theme that is very close to my heart, and I hope that we will be able to make significant advancements. So the presentations made by Honourable Mariam include everything that we need to do in terms of gender equality on the continent. This includes capacity building and, of course, the development of a model law. Honourable Mariam presented the report on the Committee for Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disabilities, and then the report on the development of the model law. These are two extremely important reports and two extremely important themes for the African continent. I have a list of people who have asked for the floor. We're going to start with Honourable Mungata from Kenya. Honourable, you have the floor.
Thank you, beaucoup. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity to make a brief intervention in this matter. Mr. President, Chair, my intervention on the social protection is that we needed to maybe emphasize more on strengthening what already exists in the African continent. The African continent never had illegitimate children. In my country and in my village, you are not supposed to harvest everything. When you dig, there was a portion that you would always take to the elders. And in my village, our people had a central place where food was kept to help those who are either strangers or families that have disability. Maybe they were old people, or their children had died, or their husbands had died, and they were not capable of fending for themselves. So my intervention, Madam Speaker, is that this committee should consider also making a very strong recommendation on strengthening the social structures that are already in existence in African communities. And I know it's not just in Ngao, in Tana River County, Kenya, where I come from, but I know in various African communities, we didn't have people who are sleeping hungry when there was plenty in terms of harvest. On the question of the model law and the legal framework, my intervention will also be brief. Madam Speaker and Chair, of this session, I agree that the committee needs to take all these steps, and they have, set out what needs to be done. But I was a little confused, Madam Chair, because I thought that they would probably have given us either a draft motion or something that we can debate on. Instead, because this is a house that forms that law, instead of setting out what they are supposed to be doing as a committee, they would have brought a motion or started something so that we can debate and enrich the thinking. So I wasn't sure what the chair was trying. Maybe she can clarify for us, because she told us how these other people are supposed to do, the various organizations that are supposed to enter into this process and so on. But this is a deliberative house. Normally, in bringing law, you would either bring a motion first, we debate it, and then you bring the law that supports it, or you'd bring the draft law so that we debate it. We had the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs here talking about the cooperatives model law. And we didn't have to go through all this, Madam Chair. So I don't know whether we need to standardize how we deal or what. I was a little confused because I was listening and listening as I wasn't seeing where it is taking us. So, but I would propose that the committee, if it is possible, that maybe by the next sitting, they either bring a small motion we debate so that we enrich, or they bring us the actual draft law, like we do in all legislative assemblies. And we don't bring to the chamber the processes that we are going to follow. We bring the actual draft or the motion so that we debate it. That would be my intervention. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the second speaker, Mr. Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo from Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, first, I want to congratulate you for sitting in that position. We are proud. Gender recognition starts from here. And this way, we can progress as a continent. Now, we know very well that gender parity exists in Africa. For reality it is, what do we need to do? What are some of things that we can make? What are some of the issues that are hindering even a girl child from accessing proper education in Africa? We have culturalized some things that give a girl child a lot of duties to do at home and allow the other one to get proper education. What does PAP want to do? What does the law want to secure and protect first? This girl child. I'm happy that Africa is improving the FGM. We have really worked hard as a continent. We are improving it. But let's improve it further to a level that we give them the right they deserve. All is in the draft, and to thank the madam for doing proper research and the proper work this committee to give us the document. For us only is to support you, but as go back to our national assemblies as well. Let's see what affects our people. And a continent in the universe. I wonder myself, Madam President, if this world was there without a woman, I don't see how it could actually be. Thank you, Madam President. Majimbo Kalasinga, Kenya.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you for your congratulations and for your kind words. Third speaker this morning is Honorable Suleiman Sao from the Gambia.
You, Madam Speaker, in the same light, I would like to congratulate you
once more for your victory in Mutrenia and being redesignated to your position. Thank you. Madam Speaker, my colleague concluded by saying, how will the world be without women? I will narrow it down to Africa. How will Africa be without women? Yeah. Historically, women played fundamental role in our progress as a society. And gender concept is not new to Africa. This is the time that we have to do our research and know that our mothers and our fathers, we are living peacefully in homes and they work to the development of the home and the society at large. Madam Speaker, our able honorable gave a fundamental report to this House, which entails all aspects of gender. Gender is beyond the relationship between man and woman. The environmental issues that she spoke about, access to health, social protection, all ages. We have some honorable members here. One day, they need help from people. One day, they will not be able to do things on their own. So who are we helping? Are we helping ourselves or all people? This is a transition that we must pass through as far as we live long. So it's high time we put it into consideration and think about having funds for social protection in our budgets. Madam Speaker, discrimination against women. I think giant efforts have been made by people, we can call them activists, who fought tooth and nail to see to it that we end discrimination in our society. It's high time we recognize women as our partners in development. It's high time we mainstream gender issues in our programs and policies. It's high time political parties introduce what we call as quota systems. If you go to some parliaments, kudos to some of the countries that have more women representation in their parliament. Coming to Gambia, for example, the women representation in parliament is very low. It's all due to what? The political system need to visit their rules and ensure that the quota system prevail, so that women also be given opportunity to participate. Madam Speaker, my right honorable spoke about patriarchal system. In some communities, yes, it's strongly prevailing. Only men. But I think us as ambassadors, us as messengers, we need to change the narrative. We need to show to the people that it's high time we hold each other, we move. But it should not also be misconstrued to focus only on women. We need to be very careful in this move. If we centered all our energy and all our efforts on women alone, there will be a time we have to go back and bring men. So it has to be side by side. I think this report is a report, as alluded by other honorable, they need to come up with a motion, we start moving. We need action now. I think a lot has been said about women empowerment, giving access to women, mainstreaming women into activities. We said a lot. And some places you have some laws, but are the laws respected? That's the question. Madam Speaker, I thank everybody for the audience, and I believe from this hall we have something to take back to our home countries. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Honourable. We've got the last speaker, Honourable Sharib Butarai from Gambia. Mr. Shaib, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Mrs. President, let me say it that way. Mrs. President, what I was looking at was on page 12 of the report relating to the Committee on Gender. And on bullet point 4.25, which concerns me, which is dealing with doing away with the quota system. It's saying do away with the quota system of women representation as the only target of formal equality. Yes, I don't know at what stage do the document wants us to do away with that. But at this present moment, as far as our experience is concerned, women representation in the decision-making bodies of our country is very low, very minimal. And we want to use the quota system as the vehicle to formal equality. So if they say that the quota system, which is the target to formal equality, be done away with, that appears to be contradicting to where I come from. Because where I come from, in our parliament, we have just about 2 or 3 elected females. And we want to increase that number. But the law that we have is that there is no quota system, apart from the nomination made by the president to nominate 5 people. And when he is nominating that, he sometimes includes 1 or 2 women. So that's the only way, most of the time, that we have some women in parliament. Sometimes we have nobody, no women in parliament. So I believe that the recommendation should be to intensify the process of quota system and the various methods of quota system so that at some stage, when we feel that we are comfortable in any country, that women can go into elections equally with men and win and come back to parliament, then we can introduce that normal election. But at this stage, I believe we have not reached the stage of doing away with the quota system. Instead, we should be emphasizing the need for improving the quota system to ensure that more women participate in decision-making bodies of our societies. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Au tout début, j'ai annoncé.
Thank you very much. So these are the speakers who were on my list. I see that there are a few more. Honorable Sinhia from the Sahrawi Republic has also asked for the floor.
My voice to those who welcomed and congratulated you for chairing this session. I would like to say, Madam, that this report is excellent, and it is comprehensive as well. And in fact, it has brilliantly prepared to cover the depth of the issues, and through the issues that has been highlighted is the international efforts as well as the other stakeholders' activities. Let me congratulate the chair of the committee for the quality of this report and the presentation. Let me add my voice as well to the previous speaker that we don't want to put aside the issue of positive discrimination or the quota. The proposal that has been put in the article, in the proposal 4.5 about dealing away without the issue of quotas for the women, and it doesn't mean that we only want women only to be elected
for the time being, women needs to have this positive discrimination and have the quota in all the laws in order to have or to reach that level when we think that woman is represented in all the institutions in her country. Once again, let me thank the chair of the committee and also thank her for the quality of this report. Details are really very good. Thank you very much.
شكرا أختي الفاضلة سنية على هذه المداخلة.
Thank you, my sister Sania, for this valuable intervention. Let me give the floor to Fatima Habib. Dr. Fatima Habib from Mauritania, you have the floor. Hello, very good morning to all of you. Let me at the outset thank all the honorable MPs for the warm welcome and support accorded to us, the Mauritanian delegation, the new MPs. Unfortunately, I'd like to shift now to speak in French in stating what I would like to say about the matters contained in that report.
Tout d'abord,
Firstly, I would like to thank the chairperson of the Commission on Gender, Family, Youth and People of Disability. She made excellent presentations, and I completely support what was presented and recommended in the reports. Obviously, especially the promotion of gender equality on the continent. Like my colleagues before me, I also agree that we need to maintain and continue with all the efforts that have been made already on the African continent with regards to gender equality. And I have a question concerning the model law. I would like to know whether the model law takes into consideration the specificity of religious beliefs in various countries. And these need to be taken into consideration. I believe if we are truly going to advance the cause of women on the African continent, we must take that into consideration and the vulnerability of women on the African continent. So we need to take into consideration the most vulnerable in our society, not just women, because there are also men who are vulnerable in our society. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable MP. I'm now giving the floor to Honourable Margaret Kamad from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President. First, may I join my colleagues in congratulating you and your delegation for winning the just finished elections in Mauritania. We know it's never easy to win an election, but we congratulate you also for coming back to sit on the chair on behalf of the women members of this House. Congratulations, and we are very proud of you. Madam President, I want to congratulate the committee for a wonderful job. I want to thank the chair for the articulation of the report that she has put before us. It is true that 2010 to 2020 was the decade, the African women's decade. But if we look back at the gains, if I use Kenya, for example, I don't see much. I don't see much that happened that I can say between 2010 and 2020 that we have achieved. I was in Parliament within that period, and I'm still concerned that the areas that were identified are still moving very slowly. Education, I can say in Kenya, has moved a little bit, but participation in socio-political activities is still very low. Economic empowerment of women has been up and down, and we need to start asking ourselves, what strategies can we put in place to ensure that we accelerate this participation of women towards equality? We know that equality is something that has had its own controversies. But the most important thing is, why do we want women in these sectors? We want women in these sectors because men alone cannot develop the way a nation can develop. It is very important for us to know that in any development agenda, there is a role that must be taken care of by women and a role that must be taken care of by men. So we are talking of equal development of a nation, equal allocation of resources in a nation. Because unless we ensure that the tax we pay, which we all pay equally, is distributed to alleviate everybody and to elevate everybody, the development of any nation can still be lopsided. When you look at the social development sector of any country, the major contributors are women. In the health sector, the women are the main contributors. Of course, we also say in the health sector, the women are the main consumers, because we need the health centers when we are well and when we are not well. We need them to raise children, and these are areas that we must see the resources of any country being directed so that we elevate the standards of society. It's important to note that the contribution of women in the agricultural sector is the highest in every state in this continent. And it is very important that when we allocate our resources, our taxes, we allocate them knowing that we must have equal release of the burden of the work that we are handling. Madam President, the last one I wanted to comment is what a colleague has mentioned about the 4.25, the doing away of the quota system of women representation as a target for formal equality. I think we still need this quota. And I will say this because I have been elected in Kenya as a member of parliament. First, I was in the East African Legislative Assembly. Then I became a member of parliament. Then I became a senator elected. Now I am a senator nominated. Why was I nominated by my political party? It is because of the contributions that they knew I would bring to the House. When I did not go for the election, they still saw the value that I can add in the House, and that is why I'm here. It is very important that we allow for the quota until we reach where our Rwandan nation has reached, where there is equal development. Madam President, I dare say, and Rwanda will one day give us their evidence of development, that development in Rwanda is very rapid. And it is very rapid because of the involvement of everybody. All sectors of development are moving equally because of that. So, Madam Speaker, I still want to encourage the committee that doing away with the quota will distort the developments that you have started. The smooth development that I can say my political party saw in me, that if we remove her at this time, if she's out of politics at this time, we're increasing the numbers until we reach such a level that actually, what we call in Kenya the one-third rule, at least 30% are elected by the population. We know that we are disadvantaged because of cultural factors. We need to bring the cultural factors, to improve on the cultural factors to the point that actually electing a woman or a man doesn't matter. So it will take a very long time. So I really do agree with our colleague who spoke earlier that we cannot do away with the quota at this time. And that is an improvement that I wanted added to the report that has been brought before us. Otherwise, it's a very good report, and we really want to thank the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Passaris de Kenya, vous avez la
Honorable Passaris from Kenya, you have the floor.
Congratulate you on your re-election and the position that you hold at the Pan-African Parliament. We are proud of you. There are so many areas that I'd like to touch on, but let me start with the gender parity. We've got a long way to go in terms of gender parity. Gender parity means 50-50. In Kenya, we put a law where we have a position created for women called the Women Representative, which is what I'm elected for, where 47 counties will yield 47 women leaders, where women compete with each other. But we still have not attained the 1/3, not more than 2/3 of one gender. What happened in Kenya, it's the only part of the constitution that was not implemented. But our current president has promised us that he will ensure that we finally attain at least 1/3 as women elected leaders. Why do we want to be given some concession as women? Because we live in a patriarchal continent where men have had a head start against women, where men do not respect women, where women are now becoming single mothers and struggling to sustain and maintain their own families, where gender-based violence has increased, where defilement of the girl child is on the increase, where impregnating teenage girls has become a norm. During the pandemic, we are ashamed that over 200,000 young girls, teenage girls, became pregnant. And this is normally people within their own family circles or neighborhoods. So in terms of gender parity, we have a lot of work to do. The framework that has been done with the various partners and the AU legal instruments is commendable. It shows that we are trying to make sure that we actually look broadly. Kenya celebrates the fact that we've had 2 women presidential candidates in the past. We also had a deputy president, a woman running as a deputy president, who was also the woman who ran for president, Martha Karua. So a lot of work has to be done, and Africa has to really look at how to bring gender parity to its citizens. When it comes to social ills, one, we have persons living with disability. I think it's important that we take data, because without data, we will never be able to really cater and provide and fund for persons living with disability. We've got cerebral palsy, we've got autism, we've got various elements when it comes to disability. Kenya, in terms of albinism, because our party nominated an albino gentleman to the August House in Kenya, we were able to come and be sensitized on the need for sun protection creams in Kenya. And those are things that we wouldn't have known had we not nominated a person living with albinism into our parliament. We also have a situation where we cannot, we need to understand why is there an increase in persons living with disability? Why do we have cerebral palsy? Why do we have children growing with, there's an element where the children grow with enlarged heads. All these ailments that we have, medical conditions, I believe that then we need studies as to what is causing it so that we can be able to effectively educate. I know that there was a study done in Egypt where it was known that if you don't space your children, then the chances of them becoming autistic were also very high. So I believe that we need to also conduct lots of studies so that we can actually try and reduce the number of persons living with disability where we have the capability of doing so because of research and data. When it comes to our youth population, we celebrate our youth population, but it is a frustrated population today because of unemployment. It is also a population that has access to alcohol and drugs, and all that becomes is caused by unemployment, because an idle mind is the devil's playing field, and then they get caught up in crime. So we really need to look at how we can cater for our youth. And then we also have a bracket. You know, when we look at youth, we normally think of youth in terms of men in Kenya, the male gender rather than the female gender. So there's that aspect of youth that are female that is not really represented, and they're not entirely represented in gender. When it comes to old people, the current celebration of Africa of its youth population is a future danger in terms of the old population, because in 40 years' time, that 70% bulge that we have in the youth will become aged. Are we ready to look after our aged population? Right now, even the homes that we have for the old and the provisions that we have for the old are really wanting. So we need to start thinking right now of how, as Africa, the continent of Africa, we will socially be prepared to cater for the aging population in the near future. Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me this opportunity to contribute.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I would like to request our honorable colleagues to speak for just 3 minutes. So we have to take only 2 speakers because we have 5 more presentations to do, and we have time is against us, and we have to break for lunch at 2 p.m. So for those 2 who are taking the floor, each of you have 3 minutes, and we'll wrap up with this theme, this topic, and then move on to the next one. So the next speaker is Maimuna from the Gambia. Maimuna, you have the floor. And you're the last but one speaker.
I'd like, first of all, to congratulate you for your newly elected position in Mauritania and for securing back your position in PAP. Congratulations, this is a very good indication that women's, yes, we can do it, and we will always pursue to do it. I would like to thank my Madam Chair of the Gender, Madam Mariam, who is a colleague and very determined, very fascinated what she was doing. I would like to join with my colleagues by saying that let's try to keep the quota we have. Half of a love is better than nothing. As the gender parties, we are always complaining about it, or we talk about it. It has been working on. I believe we are making a progress. But I think as a member of parliament here, or a member of PAP, or the national parliamentarian from our various countries, the gender equity, we need to take it as a very serious thing to be dealing with. By contesting elections, probably some of the African countries is not favoring us, but we can come with modern laws whereby every national parliament will have affirmative laws that will spare a position for women in counties or in regions, at least to have more women participation in political participation and socio-development participation. This can be the only way we can get to our targeted goal in the global. Madam Chair, I would like to go on to say that the socio-economic cannot go without the women. We contributed so much on it. You go to the shopping centers, some of these vendors are women. Most of them. You go to the, the farmlands. Contributing factors of those farmland to be success, most of them are women. Why can't we help them? Make them to move, not only to be based on the farm, and the buyers will come over there, give them the price of their choice. We have to prepare them for them to continue to be more motivated, to be fascinated in what they are doing. But when they don't get the support, the basic support they need from their governments, Probably that will make us. The governments and the politicians need to embed it in their policies to make sure that the women are.
Master Maimouna, vous n'aviez que 3 minutes. Vous avez dépassé votre temps.
You have only 3 minutes, Maimouna. You largely exceeded your time. I'm going to move to the next speaker. I know that the topic is interesting and passionate, but time is of the essence, and so we still have about 5 presentations to do, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Damas Kamas from Tanzania. Honorable, you have the floor.
Asante sana Madam President, na mimi kwa nafasi hii nianze kwa kukupongeza sana wewe kwa ushindi.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking you and congratulating you for winning in your country and retaining your seat here. Honorable Chair, because of time, I would like to say that on the issue of gender in Tanzania, we are making strides. We already have the first woman president in East Africa, who is also the first woman president in Tanzania. Now she is in her second year of leadership, and she is doing an incredible job in Tanzania. For those who are not aware of this incredible leader, please do your research and see the kind of work she's doing in Tanzania. I know she will be a role model in other countries. I also want to recognize our Speaker of our National Assembly. She is also a lady. We have 3 arms of government. The executive is under a lady, the parliament is led by a woman, and the other arm of government is under a man. So we have many other incredible women who are doing a lot of good work in our country. We have another lady who is under the our Speaker of the National Assembly is doing a lot of good leadership in our parliament, and we are really supporting this lady. She's very courageous and a real Pan-African leader, and wants to be a good example in the world of how women can be really good leaders. In Africa, we're showing that we have faith in our women. So I'm asking all of us, as we go back to our countries, we talk to our parliaments and to our people. For now, I believe this lady will represent us in the global arena. Even here, if you look at the women who are contributing, they are doing a very good contribution. Thank you very much. We have reached a point where we can achieve a 50-50 gender parity in Africa. Let's be an example for the rest of the world.
Thank you, Honorable. So we are at the Q&A, at the end of the Q&A, so we're going to ask Madam Chair to answer the questions put by the honorable members, mainly on the future. What will PAP do to improve the situation of women? Other questions on this cultural specificities and religious specificities in countries. Some questions were put regarding the quota system. Some people feel that it is an injustice, given that women form more than 50% of the population, whereas a quota of 20 and maybe 30% at times. Madam Chair, will definitely efficiently provide answers to your questions. Mrs. Mariam, you have the floor. I'd like you to come up to the rostrum so that you can face the members of parliament. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, first I would like to thank all those who contributed, who asked questions. That was the aim of this session, take into account some of the feedback in developing the model law. So I'd like to thank you all for that. Madam Chair, before I provide individual answers to the questions put, I'd like to make two comments. The first relates to a question put by the first speaker on the nature of the report. I'd like to say here that in the Pan-African Parliament, we come up with activity reports, and all the reports that we've been listening to since yesterday are activity reports. Some have one activity, others have two activities, like in our community. So in November 2022, we developed a report with a resolution that gave us the authorization to implement an action plan and to develop the model law. So that's the point I wanted to make. So the report was detailed because we felt the support that we received could also be of interest to other members, since as MPs, regardless of our committees, we have to develop model laws, and we enjoy the advantage of having a capacity building on it, and we thought it good to share with you the process of developing this model law. Then, how are we going to proceed with this model law? And this is where the importance lies. First of all, we're going to listen to partners. We talk about UN women who came and told us how they could help us and what are the field of actions they would love to see in this model law. The second will be the civil society. We met several times with the civil societies to channel the concerns of the civil society and factor them in when developing this model law. The third is you, the members of parliament. Once the draft model law is done, it will be proposed to you, and then you will have the opportunity to make your various inputs. Then, Madam Chair, the question on quota has long been discussed, and in our report, we gave the recommendations made by partners, and this recommendation is from UN Women. I completely agree that first, if we continue with the law on quota as we have it, studies show that it will take us 400 years to get equality. Can we wait for that long? That is why we decided to develop this model law to motivate countries to transcend the quota so that they can achieve parity easily and quickly. Like one speaker from Kenya said, we had the feminine decade, 2010 to 2020. Where are we today? We haven't gone far at all. So despite the fact that a decade was declared, despite of the law on quota, we are not making any progress. So we need to do something. And as a Pan-African Parliament, this model law can help to speed up things. So the issue of quota, I know that the proposal of the chamber is to say that we continue with the quota while trying to achieve parity through the model law. So this is something that we're going to incorporate. Another aspect, Madam Chair, that I would like to dwell on when we talk about gender, it's not on women only. When we talk about gender, we talk about men and women. We talk especially about women because they are the most disadvantaged and they have to quickly catch up with the men. We also had a question on parity. I'd like to say that when analyzing the model law that we developed, we realized that equality, rather parity, is not enough. Equality is not enough. We also have to move towards equity because equality doesn't necessarily mean equity. If you decide to give 3 bicycles to a child, to the same bicycle to a man, woman, and a child, you have given the same bicycle, but it is not equal because 2 of them will not be able to use because it doesn't really it's not the same as their morphology. We talk about equality. We also talk about equity. And now, as regards the elderly, Madam Chair, I really like the question put by my colleague from the Gambia. Are we helping them? Are we helping ourselves, or are we helping the elderly? We are future elderly persons. So many of us have already exceeded the third age. It's for us that we're doing this, and it's for future generations as well. But it's very important that to consider taking into account the elderly. I like to use these suggestions from the Honorable from Kenya, who says that we also have to look at the cultural practices that promotes this African solidarity. And I really agree that this law should also take into account the cultural system that we have. So we are helping ourselves as well. And it is important because the population is aging. With medicine, the standard of living is high and life expectancy is increasing. So we have to start protecting elderly people right away and also think about integrating them. Now, as regards protecting elderly, we also have employment. The challenge to this continent is that we have a lot of young people lacking experience. We have so many people also who go on retirement with a wealth of experience. Can we not develop a system with people where people with a lot of experience can coach young people? It's for us Africans to develop that and not necessarily adopt the system that exists elsewhere. The question was also put, what are we going to do without women? That's a question that we are asking ourselves. What can we do without women? Since we see that they are important, we are also requesting that they should be given all the attention and the same opportunities that men have. Women as citizens are fully fledged citizens. They are not citizens that are apart, but they are fully fledged citizens. So they also have the right to participate in economic development. They also have the right to ensure that their participation is taken into account. The work of women are not taken into account in our GDP. Why? Because they're in the informal sector. If we took this into account, we realize that we are richer than what the mathematic calculations show. So finally, I would like to I agree with the Honorable from Kenya who focused on data collection. One of the recommendations was on that, especially as regards the elderly, people living with albinism, and we also increasingly know that in our states we have many autistic children. Let us not bury our heads in the sand. It exists. What are we going to do about it? We need to protect them as well, because these are human beings, and these are also citizens in their own right. Finally, I would like to wrap up by congratulating Tanzania, who has made considerable strides, and I hope that that Africa would follow your example, Tanzania. Thank you for leading the way. We need that. There are so many we still have a few women heads of state. If there were more, maybe we'll have less wars. We are slow to sending people to kill themselves. So in any case, congratulations, and I hope that Madam Chair will be able to invite the chair of Kenya and the president of Kenya and the president of the National Assembly here in this hall so that they can really show that they are examples of what women can do on this continent. Madam Chair, I would not like to end without saying thank you and to congratulate members of the committee who are very devoted to their work, who are very present. I'd like to say thank you to them because this committee is vibrant, because you are dynamic and you participate. And I'd also like to thank you all for your presence. Madam Chair, I think I also have to submit the reports for adoption. So on this note, Madam Chair, I'd like to submit the two activity reports of the committee. The one on capacity building, on the legal framework of the model law on gender equality, and that on capacity building on the ratification of the African Union instruments. Thank you very much.
Donc, on peut considérer que les deux rapports.
And so we can say that both reports are adopted. Thank you. Reports adopted. I would like to invite the clerk to introduce the next presentation. Thank you. Honorable Chair, the next item on the agenda is the presentation and debate on the report of the Caucus on Youth. This will be presented by the chairperson of the Youth Caucus, Honorable Dali Leila.
صباح الخير للجميع وتحية طيبة للجميع. سيد رئيس البرلمان، السادة نواب الرئيس.
Mr. President of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen parliamentarians, first of all, I should like to thank everyone here, and I would also like to say that as in the North Africa Caucus, we will be represented within the PAP Bureau, and I also would like to thank the new delegates and thank also Dr. Fatma Salam and all our brothers and sisters. I'm happy to share with you a report of the Youth Caucus that I have the honor to chair. I think that you already have this report, and we have highlighted issues regarding youth that were highlighted in Rabat, Morocco, and the subject of that dialogue in 2022 was to consider conditions of success as well as health issues and nutrition, and what to do in order to develop youth. And this thanks to good governance concerning capacity building of Parliament. And this was discussed from the 2nd to the 4th of December 2022. There was a partnership between the Moroccan Parliament and the Pan-African Parliament. The dialogue on African youth took place in Rabat, and most countries on the continent were represented. And the objective of this was to discuss youth issues and to launch a dialogue and to consider all youth issues in Africa. There was exchange of experiences and discussions on solutions to youth issues. And this allowed us to speak about many problems concerning youth. And youth, in order to participate in the development of policies.
Okay.
No interpretation. Interpretation.
Now the system is working once again.
Yeah, we are hearing you, Mr. Chairman. Kiswahili. We are getting you. Okay.
Yes, everything is working now. I would like to repeat that youth have to participate in the development of policies on, in fact, the heads of state must launch into capacity building in development of leadership, project management, policy analysis, and also a network needs to be created for more frequent collaboration with other youth organizations and civil society in order to share experiences, resources, and best practices. There were also discussions and brainstorming. The African Youth Dialogue typically feature panel discussions and interactive sessions that cover a range of topics such as empowerment, education, employment, health, climate change, human rights, social justice, and civic engagement, agro-food systems, health, and social protection systems. Fifthly, networking and collaboration. Youth Caucus Dialogue offer opportunities for participants to network, collaborate, and build connections with like-minded individuals, organizations, and potential mentors. This networking aspect helps foster partnerships and encourages collective action among youth. The objective was to encourage active participation of youth in society. It has to be noted that activities of the Youth Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament would depend on objectives and initiatives of the said caucus. Even if the PAP Youth Focus has to offer various platforms to the youth for their voices to be heard. And the Youth Caucus is faced with lack of funding, unfortunately, to undertake activities and initiatives. Insufficient funding cannot be an obstacle to the implementation of projects that are managed by the Youth Caucus. This has to do with the potential for positive change. So the limited resources of Pan-African Parliament hinders the development of the Youth Caucus. There is difficulty in finding funding because of limited financial resources of Pan-African Parliament for youth initiatives. Budgetary constraints are a problem for youth projects. I would like to talk to you now about the objectives of the youth dialogue. what has been done in PAP for the year 2022 regarding the African Union theme is to strengthen capacity building. We encourage the Bureau of PAP and management to reconsider decisions concerning funding for youth activities so that there can be a capacity building in youth. And as I have said before, we had a meeting between the 4th and 6th of December 2022 in Rabat, Kingdom of Morocco. The Pan-African Parliament also was represented, and third vice presidents of the youth, vice chairs, of the youth caucus. Speeches were delivered by VIPs, by the Minister of Youth and by the Speaker of Parliament, as well as from advisors, as well as the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Charumbira. All these speeches are focused on the importance of African youth and considered all the issues concerning youth. Other questions were also raised concerning improving the situation on the continent regarding all problems that the youth have to face. Young parliamentarians also need to play an important role, as well as legislators, in terms of considering nutrition and food security issues. The discussions were interactive, and it was a matter of giving the youth a voice to concentrate on concrete actions, concrete activities. And many examples were given. For example, the world challenge of COVID-19 that exacerbated the nutrition problem in the world. Also, young parliamentarians were encouraged to be spokesperson of other youth, and we also spoke about more investment from member states so that the youth can be included in policy development. The meeting was officially opened by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, who bid welcome to all participants and expressed his gratitude towards the Kingdom of Morocco for its support and facilitation of this dialogue. He also stressed the importance of the political support of the Kingdom of Morocco and noted that parliamentarians are key actors in influencing public policies and national legislations. He urged that all actions towards African youth be all-inclusive and that no one should be left behind. The dialogue was facilitated by a cross-section of African youth, including resource persons, NGO representatives, youth activists, staff of the African Union Commission, representatives of the African governance architecture, and parliamentarians from the Pan-African Parliament. The general objectives of the dialogue was to raise awareness among young African parliamentarians. What would be these objectives? raise awareness among young African parliamentarians and participants on the African Union's policies, objectives, and programs related to youth to create reflection in order to propose solutions on the global objectives and strategies to be implemented in order to eradicate malnutrition and famine and thus contribute to the achievement of the continent's development objectives. The specific objectives of the workshop are to provide a platform for African youth through their representatives to discuss their expected roles in contributing to the popularization of youth empowerment at the national level, share key experiences and best practices related to the issue of youth education and training, create synergies and explore possible ways of collaboration in promoting youth, and to share with participants the efforts and progress of the African Union in implementing youth promotion actions. The dialogue took place in a plenary session with presentations followed by questions, discussions, and answers. The workshop program focused on 4 main areas: building resilience. Food and nutrition security is in itself an important element of individual resilience, but it can also build the resilience of entire economies by improving the health and productivity of individuals. Link between agriculture and nutrition. Increasing food production to ensure food security is not enough to end malnutrition if attention is not paid to all determinants, especially the role of youth. Agriculture has a key role to play in nutrition-sensitive interventions. However, the entire food production system needs to be considered when identifying, designing, and implementing agricultural interventions to improve nutrition. Improving nutrition requires systemic change. There is a need to ensure that nutrition is integrated into strong and resilient health systems through universal health coverage. Healthy, inclusive, sustainable, and environmentally and climate-sensitive food systems, sanitation systems, inclusive drinking water supply, effective social protection systems that ensure that no one is left behind, including the poorest and most nutritionally vulnerable, and investment in nutrition education for all. Investments in priority youth actions and good governance actions. There is a need to strengthen existing funding mechanisms and to scale up the mobilization of innovative and sustainable resources, which includes a wide range of public and private sector actors and financial instruments if actions are to be implemented on the continent. The general conclusions that emerged from the sub-themes of the workshop are as follows. The meeting noted with satisfaction the AU's approved theme for the years 2022, and that is strengthening nutrition and food security resilience on the African continent, strengthening agri-food health and social protection systems to accelerate human, social, and economic development. They also noted that the AU theme for the year was very appropriate for African youth, as the continent was not yet on track to eliminate all forms of hunger and malnutrition by 2025, in line with the Malabo commitments and the African Union Agenda 2063. Regarding the situation analysis on nutrition on the continent, the meeting took note of 2 presentations on African Union actions and programs, climate change, and food costs. Participants in the dialogue expressed their deep concern about the challenges posed by the major drivers of malnutrition in recent years, which are linked to the COVID-19 pandemic and other sporadic shocks, continuing conflict, climate change, and rising food costs. These factors exacerbate poverty and marginalization, making healthy food inaccessible to many people on the continent. The meeting also noted with concern the findings of various studies on access to finance for young people, which revealed how the lack of funding for youth entrepreneurship negatively impacts on their entrepreneurial potential and represents barriers to their ability to realize their full potential. Regarding the vision and work of relevant partners on food and nutrition security, the dialogue highly appreciated all the important measures and initiatives taken in favor of youth by the AU, various partners and AU member states to promote the nutrition agenda at national, regional and continental levels, in particular the establishment of the Pan-African Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security. The dialogue sought to provide general guidance or advice to African Union member states wishing to set up programs or review programs for youth to link them more directly to agricultural initiatives and other value chain actors while addressing the nutrition component more adequately and financing African youth. Recommendations of the dialogue are as follows. Number one, the meeting agrees that African parliamentarians can play a critical role in advocating and lobbying for the continent's youth for laws and policies that support the food and nutrition security agenda at national, regional, and continental levels. Number two, urges all member states, national parliaments, and all other relevant stakeholders to celebrate the Africa Food and Nutrition Security Day on the 6th of December, Rabat Declaration, with the aim of providing a platform for dialogue among stakeholders on solutions to food and nutrition security issues while building momentum towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. 3. Urges governments and all partners to translate commitments into concrete outcomes. The African Union's 2022 theme is crucial to sustaining political momentum and accelerating action to improve coordination, implementation capacity, and accountability for youth nutrition across the continent. 4. Calls upon member states to develop sound and prioritize national strategies to invest more capital in. Calls upon the African Union Commission, all partners and member states of the African Union to mobilize political action to recommit to food resilience programs and to encourage the private sector to invest more in such programs and to reach out to vulnerable communities to ensure that they have access to safe food through initiatives that benefit the entire African community. 6. Calls upon the African Union Commission, partners and member states to accelerate the development of an African youth participatory analytical tool to assess the social and economic impacts of food insecurity and malnutrition on the health, education, and labor sectors, which will provide governments and partners with recommendations and key time-bound and achievable investment priorities for national youth human capital development goals. 7. Recommends the involvement of young African parliamentarians in multi-sectoral approaches to sustainably transforming food and nutrition systems to provide healthier diets. 8. Recommends multi-sectoral action and coordination in the implementation of nutrition programs and initiatives at all levels, being convinced that the elimination of malnutrition cannot be achieved by isolated efforts, but rather by joining forces and strategizing for integrated and concerted multi-sectoral actions with the involvement of youth. 9. Recommends the establishment African Bank establishment of African Bank funding projects to support African youth in the industrial, commercial, and agricultural sectors in coordination with the African Parliament Youth Caucus Bureau and the African Union. 10. Recommends training and mentoring African youth through partnerships with international organizations. 11. Encourages the creation of digital platforms and physical meetings dedicated to exchanges and dialogue between African youth and their leaders. This is the report of the Youth Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. I would like to say now that this dialogue attended by the Youth Caucus was a very interesting dialogue. And this report cannot express everything that African youth want to realize. We highlighted here the aspirations of the youth. I thank you very much, and I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Oh la la.
That was fast. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Five honorable members have registered to make a contribution. There's an addition, which is the 61. Maybe before we debate, I received an issue from the clerk, acting clerk, Mr. Gali, that an issue has been raised with regard to the document you have received or the report by this committee. Those that have collected the report of this committee, that there are two logos on the front page, one for Pan-African Parliament, one for Morocco. And the clerk has said Sahrawi has protested. Why that has been done? And my response has been that that is not the culture of Pan-African Parliament. Morocco was a venue, it was not a partner in funding. Usually we put logos of partners on the report. So I want to say to Sahrawi that this issue which I received, I think the clerk of the committee, in my view, erred. We don't put logos of the countries where we've held meetings. So I would probably anticipate that there could be an issue that will arise or a complaint over this issue. It's not PAP policy to do it that way. And I was only advised this morning by the acting clerk that there is an issue with regard to the two logos. But it's not PAP policy to do it like that. The first input comes from Honorable Senator Professor Margaret Kama of Kenya. Not in the chamber. The next is Honorable Esther Mtoni Pasaris.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. I would like to commend the presenter, Honorable Dali Laila, Chairperson of the Caucus of Youth, on this very, very elaborate debate, report for us to debate on the Caucus of Youth. And I would also like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting that conference on the youth from the 4th to the 6th of December. It's always good for us to have collaboration with countries. Kenya will be hosting the climate change conference in September, so I'd like all of you to diarize that. The challenges of Africa require good partners to be able to attain success. Your Excellency, when I look at the laws and policy that support food and nutrition, I keep thinking nutrition, I mean, nutrition is a problem in the sense that we probably do not have enough food. Food security is the problem. But in terms of the quality of food, I think the only challenge we have is the study that needs to be done on GMOs and its impact on nutrition. I know that the Kenyan courts recently put a stop to us going into GMOs as a solution for food security. And that is an area that I think if we're looking at hunger, malnutrition, we cannot avoid to tie in the aspect of GMOs, which is still a very challenging issue and also something that Africa is still battling. We know that Africa has a lot of greens, nutritional greens. I have to talk to you about our president, former president Moi, Daniel Arap Moi, who was rumored to have lived as long and healthy because he used to eat a green called isakiat, which is, like spinach, but very nutritious, very bitter, but very nutritious. And he aided that in his diet, being the reason why he lived a long and healthy life and was walking upright up to the end. So when it comes to the youth, I think the biggest challenge we have is how do we keep the youth busy? Can we keep the youth busy in agriculture? The youth are not very interested in agriculture, so I think the challenge that we have is how do we create an opportunity for the youth to be able to contribute to agriculture and at the same time be able to get that nutritious food and at the same time be able to sustain their lives in a manner that is giving them the wealth that they deserve. I think there's this get-rich-quick syndrome that is going on, and I think we politicians are probably responsible. I know that there was a study that was done in Kenya, and the youth were asked, if you had an opportunity to be corrupt, would you be corrupt? And all of them, almost 70%, 80% of them said yes, they would not think twice about being corrupt. And the reason is they look at rampant corruption in the continent, in our own country, and they see that as the opportunity to get rich, to get that flashy car, to be able to get that big house, to be able to not have any financial worries. So what we have to do as the continent is figure out how we're going to absorb our youth into being able to lead a sustainable life, not according to what we think is what they deserve, but according to what they've been exposed to. And if you look at what the youth have been exposed to, it's all in the social media. It's about the dress, it's about the designer, it's about the house, it's about the car, it's about the social life. So when we're looking at the youth, I think we need to have a broader aspect. And in terms of education, I think we all need to look at the quality of education. The academic education that we've had in the past doesn't seem to be working very well in the current future. Today, we need to prepare our youth for the world that they're going to face out there, the world where they have to make tough choices, the world where they have to be responsible for families. The reason why we have so many single mothers is because the youth, the minute they've had hear that the young girl that they're going out with is pregnant, they run the opposite direction. Why? Because they don't want that responsibility. So we've got to prepare our youth to become responsible citizens so that we can forge ahead with the dreams of our forefathers for the continent of Africa. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Senator Danson Mgatana, Kenya.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for giving me this opportunity so that I can also give my opinion on the questions before us. I would first like to to congratulate the chairman of the Youth Caucus for the report that he has given him, and I also thank them for the work that they have done together. In this report, if I go to my second point, when I consider the recommendations, recommendation number 12, and the chairperson said for we as parliamentarians, we should that we should say the King of Morocco, thank the King of Morocco and his people who have enable us as a chairman and the youth of Africa to meet in Morocco. We thank him, and it is good to say thank you. At the same time, we come to call on other African countries which would be ready to cooperate with the Youth Caucus, the Women Caucus, and the other caucuses that are in the African Parliament. And here we have the report of the Financial Committee, Honorable Mutaka, and we have seen that we have a lower budget than so for those countries that volunteer to help us, we should say thank you. The third point that I would like to system for this August assembly is that Africa is like a family which is a polygamous society, and there is one father, which we know of, that is Africa, but then each one has got his own mother. And the Africans who live in Africa, we are in different houses. The father has some of his actions which enable us, all of us, from whatever house we are, to be brothers instead. He makes it sure that all the children eat together, and that the children go to school in the same place, that we go to school together, and that as children, we play together. So, although we live in different houses, we all consider ourselves as one group. And I would like to see this youth caucus in our Pan-African Parliament to see themselves as youth, and youth that once they understand each other, they can also do the same when they are old. And it's very important for them as youth to start having programs and plans that would enable our children to be one. I was very disappointed, and so during football, and then we heard that Moroccan people saying that you are Africans, and we were really disappointed and we felt bad. But it's not their fault, because when we grew up in this very Africa, our father did not teach us unity. Our father did not enable us to play together and to go to school together. So we grew up in a different thing. But then, through their shape, to start establish an educational standard in Africa, whether you have gone to Morocco or South Africa or East Africa, that we say we are one standard. Let us try through this caucus to have one language, Kiswahili, Even if we have different mothers, we have one language, so that the generation after us will call themselves Africa, and they will understand them as Africa because they will have the same language and the same educational standards. So you, the youth purpose, you have a great responsibilities. Don't speak about too much about agriculture. There are different things. The others, there is a gender committee. You should be to fund the intellect of the African youth, so that we have African youth, that we come together, that we play together, so that we can now have a generation that is Africa from up down, who have one language, they understand each other, and then they know the African national anthem. So I request you, though, that focus on these aspects, that we have a new generation for our African children. Thank you very much.
Sana. Next on the list is Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo, Kenya.
Your Excellency, I will donate to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Suleiman Saho, the Gambia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I would like to add my voice to our able President after making such an informative report of the dialogue. Your Excellency, Africa has the youngest population as far as the world is concerned. 40% of our population are aged between 15 to 35. And the role of young people in agriculture, health, skills, education, infrastructure is crucial. Your Excellency, the meeting was attended by my humble self and my colleagues from this Pan-African Parliament. And we have to salute the Moroccans for receiving us and share their values and their beautiful culture with us. Honorable Speaker, Africa is one, as my colleague rightly said, and it's high time young people come together and promote peace and unity in the continent. We believe young people could be ambassadors in ensuring that the country is at peace. And peace was also discussed, and security as well. Your Excellency, Africa Agenda 2063 spelled out flagship projects for youths. And I believe Pan-African Parliament has a crucial role to play in that. And our able president made mention of financial challenges. I believe without financial support, the youth caucus can do nothing, absolutely. The youth must be given opportunity to explore, to visit, to interact with their colleagues in other parts of the world and the continent as well. Honorable Speaker, the youth dialogue also talk about nutrition, which is very key. We cannot have a functional society or functional Africa without having good nutrition. Nutrition is key to our life because good nutrition will give us good health and good life. Honorable, Your Excellency, the traditional food also. We had discussions on traditional food. Africa is so much rich in wild food that we are not making best use of it. And these wild foods, you can see, they are medicinal. They are very cheap. They are accessible. So it's high time we try to promote those local foods, or we call them indigenous food. The indigenous crops that we have in the wild need to be protected. How can we protect them? We need to make sure we avoid bush burning or bushfire in some places. Honorable Speaker, we also talk about the condition of youths in the continent, particularly unemployment. Once youths are not employed, what do they end up? They end up being terrorists, or they try to join in, banditry gangs, gangstering will become the order of the day. So I believe Africa, we must focus on this agenda. I think we have five or six key sectors that we can, invest into, and our youths will become youths to serve for the future. Honorable Speaker, coming to skills, a lot of young people are not supported in their countries to learn skills. We use youths in politics. When it's time for politics, we'll use them. We use them for anything. Do you understand? But when it comes to delivering, to give them job, to have a decent life, question mark. So youths need to be empowered to learn skills, and these skills, there must be a market for the skill. Now we talk of agriculture. Agriculture cannot be completed without having the youths, because they are the cream of the society. They are the leaders of today and tomorrow. So we need to make sure there is a link from production to marketing or to consumption. So youths have a critical role to play in agricultural productivity. Your Excellency, honorable members of this parliament, it's high time we all put our heads together to invest into the youth caucus, to make sure that the youths are heard, to make sure that the youths are well represented. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. That brings, no, there's one more. Honorable Swabo Torre, the Gambia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank the chairperson of the Youth Caucus for a very good presentation on the issue of youth in our continent. I believe having this dialogue between the continent's youth and researchers, as well as with MPs, is a wonderful strategy to advance the cause of the youth in Africa. And we thank Morocco for sponsoring this very important dialogue. Mr. President, the topic of dialogue was centered on food and nutrition security, which cannot be addressed without the involvement of our youth. Because we who live in West Africa, we know that we depend on the young people to do the food production. So now the question is, how do we fully support the youth to focus on being in Africa and contributing to the development and personal development, their own personal development, and disregard the romantic and highly publicized life in the West, which is entirely giving them a false aspiration. Honorable President, how do we ensure having the right data regarding the aims and aspirations of our youth with a view to addressing their needs and aspirations? Because if we don't know exactly why our youths are doing certain things, it will be very difficult for us to really focus on it and address it. These are issues of fundamental importance. In some of our places, we must we have our youths, even culturally, they will have to spend maybe 10 to 15 years to work and save before they can even afford to marry because of the dowry. I don't know if that affects some of the countries, but in our part of the country, West Africa, that is a big problem. Even for youths to marry and settle down into family life is a challenge. So how do we address culturally some of those problems to make life easier? If you work you leave school at the age of 20 to 22, and then you spend another 10 years or 15 years to actually save money to get, before you can settle for family life. That is a challenge. And then that is what is also pushing a lot of our young people to try to get money quickly so that they'll be able to attain some of that level. Honorable President, one issue that is really affecting most of our countries is what has been addressed in this document, and that is the lack of investment into the productive base of our economy, which can generate employment for the youth. and for everybody in our societies. That is a big challenge. Most of our countries or governments have a policy of take loan, build a school, take a loan, build a road, take a loan, do other things, and then tell the citizens that I have brought development. Those are cosmetic development. That is not going to take us anywhere. So the recommendation, which is in this document, which talks about investing in agriculture and other productive areas that would yield employment, is something that we must recommend to our governments. They must do that. If you don't invest in the productive base, you will not be able to generate employment. And if you don't generate employment, your youth will have to look for other ways. And that is what my colleague is trying to say, that they will look into criminality, they'll into banditry, they'll go into terrorism, they'll go into Europe and do other things there, drug selling and all these things, which does not help or benefit them in any way, but increases the problem on the other side. So I'm very much in agreement with number 4, recommendation calling on all member states to develop sound and prioritize national strategies to invest more capital in youth and to fight hunger and malnutrition in all its forces on the continent. I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. In terms of those who registered, I think this is the last. So there's one more. I'm told there's one more. Okay. Abdallah Balkat.
J'étais inquiet là. I was a little bit worried when I didn't hear my name. Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank the chair of the Youth Caucus for the report, which is well done. In most of our countries, in any way, youth employment is indeed very serious, even for those who have certificates. So that we notice that even the certificates don't serve much. And for the balance between the certificates and the employment possibilities, there's a gap. So these youth are forced to migrate. When it is within the continent, that is fine, that is intra-migration, but it gets worse when they get out of the continent in quest of greener pastures. And through this migration, we lose a working force, we lose brains. This is brain drain, they're exploited, and they're used in other continents. In any case, it behoves on us to create appropriate conditions to keep our youth in our continent. And this should be done through the creation, through job creation. How can we create jobs? We can do so by processing our raw materials on the spot. Why? I would recall that Madam Jacob Zuma, who is the former chair of the African Union Commission, told us that we are exporting our raw materials, and by so doing, we're actually exporting our employment possibilities, because our youth today are forced to go out of the continent in quest of jobs. And these are our jobs which have been exported to other areas through our raw materials. So let's process our raw materials on the spot, and by so doing, we'll be creating jobs. Also, last year, the theme of the African Union was on food production, improving food production, and the intention was to keep our population in good health and to be productive. Africa has enough fertile land to feed our population and to feed other populations. The experience shows that COVID-19 and war, for instance, the war between Russia and Ukraine, has led to a situation where some countries have started producing some of these crops on the spot instead of producing cotton, which was meant for export. I think that's a very good thing, and it should continue. So in any case, I would like to call for an improvement of food production and nutrition, and this should be enshrined in our legislations in all the different countries of the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
سيد الرئيس.
There is a contribution somewhere?
Oui.
Okay, Sarawi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أنا كذلك أريد أن
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like also to emphasize that we should cooperate with the Youth Caucus and to make youth in the heart of the strategies and policies of member states, because youth is the future of the continent and they are also the present of this continent. If we will not do so, the youth will be a factor against development and a risk in front of the development in Africa. So we should pay due attention to our youth. Before conclusion, I have a question, or to clarify the question that I've mentioned at the beginning of this session or discussion of this report. Yes, we ask that we were in this parliament for a number of years. We met in a number of African member states: Cairo, Egypt, Rwanda, Nouakchott, Senegal, whether as a parliament or committees or different specialized workshops for PAP. Such member states deserve providing all the conditions in order to know the member states and to try the food of the country. But we were surprised when we have seen all these meetings and we've never seen the logo of the member state in any of the documents, whether at the AU or PAP. We just send a message of recognition and appreciation, and we have never seen a document with the logo of the member state. And it's a norm here. The documents printed or print out when there are two organizations, two different organizations, EU, for example, AU, Asian Organization, European Union. But when it is a document to be produced by PAP or the Parliament, we were really surprised to find the logo of the Royal Moroccan Kingdom as if it is the EU or Asian Organization. This is my question, and I hope I can find an answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. I did make I don't know what I'm going to call it, a response, but I did make an explanation on the matter. I gave you information that the acting clerk drew my attention to the document or to a report that had two logos, one for Pan-African Parliament and the other for Morocco. And I did mention that that was in error, and whoever did that did not consult authorities, including the clerk, pleaded ignorance. It ended up that maybe the clerk of the committee could have done it, or someone instructed them. I've actually asked that I want to talk to that clerk and see whether it was an instruction or it was on his or her own volition. Anyway, at this stage, let's ask the chairperson of the Committee on Youth to give responses to the comments by members. Thank you.
President.
Mr. President, thank you.
I can't see the person. Oh, that's over there.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead. Sorry, Chair of Youth. Yes, a minute. Hold on. Yes. Go ahead, Honorable.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have an observation as concerns page 7 of the Arabic version of the report. Recommendations on the dialogue. That is item number 2, or paragraph number 2, and we're going to read it out. Urges all member states, national parliaments, and all other relevant stakeholders to celebrate the Africa Food and Nutrition Security Day on 6 December. And Rabat Declaration, between brackets. And according to the information that are in my possession, the celebration of the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security takes place every year on the 31st of October. And this was adopted in Lilongwe in Malawi in 2010. And since then, this day is celebrated every year. So how is it that we are invited here in this document to celebrate this day on the 6th of December? So if my information is true, I would kindly request that this paragraph be removed completely from this document. I thank you, Mr. President.
So the chair is taken note, I believe. Can we proceed with the responses?
I thank you, Mr. President, and would like to all the speakers for this very responsible discussion. I would like, first of all, to respond to the issue which has to do with the slogan, which was referred to by the President and our sister. This is just a mistake, and I do not want any blame to be placed on the youngster who has worked with me. And I do assume this responsibility, and I support all the youngsters who are working here, be it youngsters or members. And in order, Morocco does not really need to put a logo on a document to prove its existence. And all the flags that we are here express the diversity of our African heritage. Africa is united, and we all speak with one voice. As for the second question, which was asked by our sister from Kenya, who has spoken about food security and also the good quality of food and also the modified food products, and she has spoken also about education. Since you are from Kenya, I would like to tell you that all the aspects that you have touched upon are included in the presentation, which was presented by His Excellency the President of Kenya, William Ruto, who has spoken briefly on agriculture. And so I would like to recommend to all the youth to refer to the presentation made by His Excellency the President because he has suggested several issues that have to do with the youth. The topic which was touched upon by the August member of Kenya, and all these issues contribute in the empowerment of youth. There are no halls for sports, and there are no youth places for leisure for youth. And so the youth cannot really be interested in agriculture because they do not have a say. And the other contribution or question was by another distinguished member from Kenya. I would like to thank him for his kind words. And he has spoken about issues that have been touched upon by his colleague from Kenya. But I would like here to speak about a particular issue which has drawn my attention. He has spoken about unity and brotherhood, and that we need to work hand in hand, and that the youth need to be united. I must tell you that in the youth office we do represent the voice of the African youth, but we need also to be tuned to others. And I'm part of the youth office, and I see my brother Suleiman from the Gambia, and here I'm not dealing through a chairperson or a vice chairperson. I must tell him that I do appreciate him and I do respect him, and he is a very active member, and I was very delighted to see him this morning. So the picture that we present here, our level of ideas of discussion, the picture of unity will have either a negative impact or a positive impact on other youths, because we are not only representatives of PAP, we also represent our national parliaments, and the peoples who have selected us are familiar with our ideas and the ideas that we want to convey to the youth. And speaking about myself, I do represent the youth, and I do also represent the women in the party which I represent in my parliament. The picture which is given by the youth either in the European Union, in other parliaments, these youth are part, this picture is part of these youths. And maybe the leader could probably be corrupt or doesn't really have a good command of communication, but other sections of youth could probably have good ideas. I go back to my brother Sleiman, who has spoken about financial support, and I told him that we have a lot of ideas, and in our meetings here in PAP we speak about several issues and initiatives that we would like to develop, but because of the lack of financial resources we cannot achieve our goals. But we do rely on our efforts, and our determination is very strong in order to improve this situation. And also the member from the Gambia has spoken about how we can empower the youth, and also how the youth could really become responsible and become leaders, youngsters who are not are not given good opportunities in their countries or in political parties. Those leaders who would remain in their responsibilities for very long. How would the youngsters and in several countries of Africa, there are no spaces, and the only things that the youth are witnessing are conflicts. There are no spaces for sports in order for the youth to express their potentials. So it is necessary to communicate and also be tuned to the youth. And this is what could improve the situation. And also, His Excellency, a member from Chad, Abdallah, has spoken about the youth employment and also the provision of job opportunities and how unemployment has a negative impact on brain drain. And Mr. Abdallah, this is common to most African countries. And also, a lot of our youth have died in the open seas. And it is a pity that these youth are not empowered. And that is this period of, at this age, where the youth have a lot of dreams and ambitions that cannot be achieved. And even the youth who have been able to get educated, they are compelled to leave their countries. And it is really a loss for the continent of Africa. These people who go and serve other countries just because these youth have not found the necessary support in their countries. And now, as concerns the comment by our sister Sinia, she has called for the integration of the youth and also that importance be given to the youth. But something had withdrawn my attention. She said that she visited the several countries and that here and that we are here in the African Union and not in the European Union. And I think that such a vision that we have to ourselves is negative. And the African Union could become even more powerful than the European Union and more powerful than America. This vision towards ourselves is a disaster. The African Union and Africa has a great potential. It has hopes and dreams. And here I would like to take the opportunity of her comment to speak about something that is important and say that half of the African Union, and I have visited several African countries even before becoming a member of parliament in Morocco, I was interacting with African youth, and a lot of African youth look at themselves as being victims and being exploited. And if you do not have a great esteem of yourself, and if you do not look at yourself that you're capable, who is going to provide you with the necessary support? And if you're not resilient yourself, Africa is strong and the African Union is very strong, and nothing really makes us different from the European Union and America. They just got themselves organized and they've been able to overcome their narrow interests, and they have defended themselves and the youth. The last comment by a member whom unfortunately I do not know the name, and he has reminded us about this day in which we celebrate the International Day for Food. Could you please read the text thoroughly? And you probably didn't see that this day is a day of celebration for the youth. We as youth have decided to celebrate this day. And this is a symbolic day for the youth to promote food security and nutrition. And although I welcome you, and of course, people could get old physically, but would remain young in their minds and spirit. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. As she says, take a seat. We give another round of applause to the youth. The time is almost 1:15. And the next report is the performance report. I think we deserve to go for lunch first. We come back, we are now optimistic that we may finish all business, because after that report, the recommendations, resolutions, which I think we can fit within the afternoon. But there has been a request on the floor for the past 2 weeks, if not 3 weeks. And we have felt that maybe it's a bit now painful. Our former member of PAP, now minister in Senegal, for the past weeks, he's been saying, can I have 3 minutes? Can I have 3 minutes? So I think we will give him 3 minutes now as we go for lunch.
President, observation. Your
Observation.
Yes, the report is not adopted.
Sorry. Sorry, move for adoption, Chair of the Youth. Move for the adoption of the report. It has been moved and seconded, so it's adopted. Thank you, Honorable Suleiman and Honorable Malisho. Thank you very much. Like I say, 3 minutes for our former member and now minister in Senegal. Honorable Dr. Jibri Wa, you can have your 3 minutes.
Oui, je ne suis plus ici maintenant. I'm not here anymore, any longer. I thank you, Mr. President. I think that the greetings and also the applause that I heard can contribute in our favor by requesting that these farewell words would deserve a few additional minutes, Mr. President. I thank you, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear honorable members, former colleagues, now Mr. Clark of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of the staff of PAP, ladies and gentlemen in charge of communication, Mr. President, Honorable Fortune Charombira, His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, thanks you for the warm welcome that has been extended to him. This second ordinary session of the 6th legislature coincides with the 60th anniversary of the OAU and the Africa Day. At the same time, is taking place in Dakar the national dialogue to which all the representatives of the nation have responded positively for the first time by the invitation of the President of the Republic. The central topic is the implementation of the AFCFTA, and the subtopics have had a very important echo in Africa and in the rest of the world through the voice of President Macky Sall. And during that period of the pandemic, COVID-19, he has pleaded the cause of the continent for access to the necessary vaccines. And President Macky Sall has also requested international partners the provision of funds and the reduction of debt. And under the leadership of under the chairmanship of the African Union, he has been, as a great Africanist, called for the lifting of the blockade that was imposed because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. The 7th extraordinary session of the African Union on industrialization has also given him the opportunity of underscoring the issues that are faced by Africa. He used to say that Africa has the potentials to face the challenges of integration through its non-exploited arable lands and also through its gas potentials and raw materials. Africa has the advantage of having the youngest population in the world. Alas, the job employment, which is really constituting the biggest challenge, puts a brake on this development and leads to the disaster of illegal migration. Our continent, as President Macky Sall has noted it, that Africa has not yet overcome all its problems. And the populations are still exposed to poverty and misery because of the multiplication of conflicts and the spread of arms. The situation in our brotherly country, Sudan, with its number of dead victims, is a sad illustration. Honorable President Fortune Charombira, let me now turn to these kind youths in the search for a solution by ourselves. We want to change the paradigm by taking inspiration from our historical, religious, and cultural heritage. And so what would prevent you and your colleagues, representatives of your nations and your peoples, to ratify these instruments of peace as it has been undertaken by President Macky Sall? And we must also take inspiration from our customs and our traditional medicine. To conclude, former colleagues, we cannot leave you without sadness and emotion and sorrow. Dear companions, you have given us everything. You have covered us with honor by honoring us as chairperson of one of your committees, and also as chairperson of the Rules Committee and Privileges. This illustrious institution has a great number of seasoned men and women with a long experience in Parliament in various areas. And this Committee on Rules, in its rule as a jurisdiction, has made courageous rulings both for the benefit of members of staff. Thank you very much, dear President. Thank you, Clark Gully. Thank you, for our legal officer. Thank you, dear Madolina, to convey all our apologies to all the women of the Pan-African Parliament and the women of the whole world. Dear members, to go back to the provisions of the rules of procedure of our Parliament,
Three minutes is now getting to 5. We love you.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will always think of you. Goodbye and see you soon in Senegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, hello, Dr. Jibril War. Come back. Come back. We come back. Come back here. I want to give him one which you keep in his house. Yeah,
Merci, Président, mais je risque de revenir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, but I may come back soon.
So if you come back soon, we'll give you another sachet, so you'll have to. Whatever members, can we break for lunch? Come back at exactly 2:30, please, because we want to end close business today. So if you come late, it means we finish tomorrow. 2:30, we are seated. We proceed with the rest of the business and probably close today. Thank you very much. See you 2:30.